Good start.
By the way, I'm on push to talk, so just keep that in mind. If I'm not seeing anything, it's because I've forgotten to hit these two buttons. But don't worry, I'll try to remember.
All right,
No problem.
and I think the stream is live, so I will start post. I will first share my stream real quick. Da, 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 da. And let's see, South podcast, and then just
Happy Sunday, everyone.
yeah, happy Sunday.
Sunday.
It probably is, yeah, it's Saturday morning too to all like the American degenerates who just happen to be up. I know, like I work online retail. I know the West Coast is like 15 hours behind at the most, unless it's back to like 16 hours. Let's see, and
Yeah, it's 3:30 a.m. over here. But like I said, I couldn't sleep anyway, so it's okay.
yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I think we are good to go. So, good. Yeah. Well, good afternoon, everyone. At least good afternoon from mine and my guest, my first guest, Weekend Warrior, who's also
Hi.
the same time zone that I am in. And then we have our next guest, Voice in the Radio, who is
Hello.
from UK, right? Or something?
Ingolanda. Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, Cruzerno, who's from like the US. So
Yes, New York, the center of the world, but only for us, those who live here.
Oh yeah, New York, New York.
So today we're actually, the llama aside, what we're going to be talking about today is actually
Why did I thought it was a llama stream?
we're going to be talking about Cyberpunk 2077. Specifically, we're going to be covering this video from what's this? From Futura Sounds Production, who has titled their video as basically Cyberpunk 2077 being worse than The Last of Us 2. So has everyone here played Cyberpunk 2077?
Haven't
I have.
finished it.
Yeah, I've gotten 2 of the endings.
Voice, I'm assuming you haven't been able to play it yet, or
I have been very lucky and spent the Christmas period leeching off friends of mine to experience the game.
okay.
That's how you know they're your friend.
That's how you know they're friends. But I do not own a copy because I am poor.
All right. Let's see. That's weird. It should be live.
Oof, I just looked at the like to dislike ratio for curiosity.
Yeah, it's not a good
So,
one.
That's
It is not a good start. The
Oh, but
funny,
he has a high view count on his other video.
one thing, the funny thing
Because
I
it's a
find
lot
about-
more fair.
Yeah, the
Oh,
funny,
this one is fairer.
the
No,
funny,
this one-
the
this-
funny. Sorry, Kuzerno, you go first.
Oh, Oh, sorry. Okay, so basically, sorry, I caught them on. It was he did 3 videos. This is the second one. The first one was it was pretty basic, only a little bit questionable, but it was just him talking about the controversy. Then this is the second video, and it's the worst one. Then he did a third video, and the third video is a lot more fair, and a lot of people are thinking it's damage control or
Yeah,
maybe just-
probably.
and so
see
you can and that was like 10 minutes long. So I mean,
I see
you
the
can
title.
well-
So it's essentially a
what
trilogy. This series is
Yeah.
this is essentially a trilogy, and we're watching the second part, which, for anyone who's curious, it basically means we're watching the worst part of the trilogy, apparently.
TLJ of Future Sounds.
Yes, exactly. like I mean, I don't know if you guys have watched any of this other guy's videos. I mean, I watched me and my coworker listen to a lot of his Metal Gear stuff at work, and sometimes he stretches about things, but ultimately, like he does have some insight into it, and he goes very in depth. And so this video kind of came out of left field, let's just say that.
The funny thing I find about it is like one of the comments I found, aside from like those who are voicing their displeasure was basically, "Oh, it's such a it was very brave to make such a controversial statement." Which is, well, two things. First is like, one, it's not. I would not say calling Cyberpunk 2077 bad controversial, because it also it's not exactly something that stands out. Because I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
Uh, I feel like that there's this trend of like people just voicing, just not like hating Cyberpunk to the point that they stretch, they just reach for arguments about why they hate it. And I get that, I can understand the game not being that great, because I do have some issues with myself, at least in terms of gameplay and how maybe the pacing works. But it's like, when you're trying to reach for these weird arguments constantly, it just muddies up the water, and it's like you don't really, nobody seems will get a clear understanding of like why the game has its flaws, or what exactly are the flaws that need to be discussed in terms of the game's quality. Now, um,
I think just don't conflate bravery with stupidity.
yeah, the second point I'm about to get at is, just because you have like a stand that is different from everyone else's, that wouldn't exactly say that it's I wouldn't exactly say that it's a good stand to have. Let's say,
I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on. It's great.
for example, a good example, the common consensus is slavery is bad. What if somebody has like this, I'm gonna take be different from everyone else. I'm gonna stand out. I'm gonna say that slavery is actually good. Like, would that exactly would that be a good stand to have? Would that be something brave, to say the least? Guys?
It's really funny because it's always funny that we do that. Look, it seems like with the internet we have like these countercultures that sort of arise within like the week, and so like everyone thinks that their opinion has to stand out in some way. So it's really an impression you get from this video, because one of the things is that he for a large part of it he doesn't really talk about the game itself. Which is but I mean the parts they do talk about the game are mostly wrong.
Yeah, it's weird. It's so weird. And it's like, you kind of just reach this point where everybody is just grasping for straws. And it's probably even, and I wouldn't be surprised if it also reached the point where it's like people who think that, who also go on about how the game is good, that there are people who would also be grasping for straws. Because I think the game is okay. I'd say the best part about the game is the writing, honestly. Everything else needs a lot of work. But the writing is pretty great, if anything. Save for the weird pacing issues in the prologue and Act 1. Like,
Yeah,
prologue.
Yeah.
Yeah, the prologue I like the Street Kid prologue, but obviously the montage at the beginning, everyone was sort of wishing there was a little bit more of that.
I think honestly, what would have been great is if they actually like took notes from Dragon Age Origins, because Dragon Age Origins does their origin stories really well. Because aside from like good writing, there's also a good amount of action to keep players engaged and also learn the mechanics of the game. Even though you'll have like limited abilities.
Oh, I think the montage. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm about done, so you can go ahead.
I'm just saying that the montage should have been played. I think that should have been the tutorial part.
Yeah, that would have been better. That's like the tutorial.
Yeah, I'm getting like it is really sweet to see like how Johnny and V meet, but I do think that there should have been more time to build up their relationship. Although I mean,
you mean
it
Jackie?
did work. I'm tired, okay, man. Yes, Jackie. I meant Jackie. Yeah, this whole game is you and Johnny.
Yeah.
Okay, no, what else was I gonna say? Sorry.
But yeah, other than like I think because it's like the Act 1 and Prologue are the weakest because it's like when you look at like Act 2 and Act 3, the way that Johnny and V's relationship are built out throughout the game, especially considering that it's pretty much player choice and dialogue, player choice for the dialogue. It's like it's very solid for the most part, and it's designed in a way that there's a lot of room to think about how the relationship was built up, especially when you combine it with lore in the game through like reading the shards and stuff.
Yeah, the world building in this game is really great. Just so much detail and just the environments and everything.
But yeah, let's see. I think without further ado, we should
Great.
goodbye. We shall start with the video. So goodbye, Mr. Llama, in the Watch Together.
You will be missed.
There you go. Is everyone at like 3 seconds in?
I
Yes,
see yes,
I am.
yes.
Yes.
All right. Let's go.
Question: do I sound okay?
Yep.
Yeah, you sound great.
Perfect.
I don't believe every game should have to cater to a progressive outlook.
But
And a game can still be good,
Oops.
even great for me, even with political subtext that I don't necessarily agree with
oh,
or
pause,
even
pause
like.
here. Pause here.
Yeah.
He's
yeah.
already planting the seeds.
yeah. I felt that.
Oh,
You can really
this
feel
game is
that too.
writing.
You
Yeah,
can feel that too.
I don't know if it was just when I was at work when I first started, but the people in the comments point out there's a lot of pauses in between this, so get used to that.
It's like,
Is it a stylistic choice?
yeah.
It's stylistically designed to be that way. Oh man.
Because the thing is, let's actually before we really start, how political? Let me just ask quickly: how political do you think Cyberpunk as a game is?
Not that political.
I'd say that it's about as political as similar cyberpunk media like Ghost in the Shell and a little bit of Blade Runner.
Because the thing,
It satirizes quite a lot.
yeah,
I think that's the point.
yeah, that's kind of the thing. Because it's like there is political subtext. There's some political subtext in the game, but if anything, the more you explore around the world, the less you kind of notice the less subtext you find, and the more messed up things you find about the game. Because it does the thing about Cyberpunk 2077 as being a cyberpunk game, it does a decent job of showing like how messed up the world is.
Oh, absolutely, I 100% agree because like usually like in M-rated games, obviously the focal point, a lot of people see that the focal point is like there's a lot of violence and whatnot, but here there were just some really strange social moments that just completely caught me off guard, and I just paused for a second, I had to go, what the fuck?
Yeah, and the way it and actually, I'd say, because I don't want to get too spoiler heavy, because there are some quests that just reach some really dark turns, but the way that they subvert into those twists is just it really catches you off guard. But
Yeah, I'm
and
gonna
the
talk
thing
about it,
about
but
it, the thing about it is it's still designed in a way that it makes sense.
yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, let's continue for now.
But what I'm trying to suggest in this video is that the edgy, right-wing seeming stuff in Cyberpunk 2077, or more accurately, in its marketing material, never constitutes a philosophy in the finished product. It comes off more as merely a marketing strategy.
There's no philosophy there, bro.
Well-
You're looking too hard.
Yeah, I don't understand what philosophy
Yeah.
you could find with a gorgeous woman with a big bulge.
And I mean, and the thing is, like he just already tries to like sort of set up like the thesis statement like immediately without sort of describing any of it.
You're
Yeah.
looking for a philosophy that's intentionally not there, and then blaming the game that it's bad that it doesn't have that
nothing in
philosophy.
because like it's an RPG first and foremost. Like how you're going to play it is very reflective of what the player believes in.
The player choice isn't like Baldur's Gate, but at least in terms of writing, it's designed in a way that you can still think about it. You can still like think about it on your own discretion, and then even just react to things on some choices. And it's like the way it's not very obvious, but there are some people who criticize how there's not really the choices aren't that consequential, but I think because Psychedelic Snake also brought this up in like Mahler's Discord, the consequences of your actions are very subtle, which I'd say makes sense considering that you're just one person. You're just playing as one person in a huge city, one of the supposedly hugest, one of the biggest metropolis out there in the United States of America, or the new USA. Guys?
Yeah, I would say that it's like it kind of brings up into question what exactly is like a meaningful choice, because that's a problem that a lot of people had. But I mean, they're, without spoiling too much, obviously like the game can unfold pretty differently in certain ways, like in the end game part of the main story. And so I don't know. It's funny for me because like I tried kind of comparing it to like, because no one has really sort of established what it means to have a meaningful choice in a game. Is because everyone has their own like thought on that.
It'd be really hard to quantify anyway.
And it'd also be hard to like do it in a way that's realistic, considering that you just play as one person. Sure, you're part of like sure, you're also interacting with some important NPCs, but it's like you're still just one person, and a lot of the things that you interact with outside of the main quest happen a lot. So that usually tends to be what most of your interactions tend to be. So it's a little bit hard to exactly quantify that.
Right.
But yeah, I think we should let's continue with this video.
Like so many things in the game, an appearance of something that the game never delivers. When you combine the deceptive hype, the reactionary dog whistles, and the generally poor and underwhelming final product, it really just seems to me like CD Projekt Red's management leaned into the culture war stuff not to make some kind of edgy and provocative statement, but more cynically to just ensure that even with all of its problems and lies, that Cyberpunk 2077, no matter what, at the end of the day would still be a hit. A game that for good old school gamers could...
Well,
yeah, that's another thing. He does not quantify a lot of his statements.
I think one thing is
product could mean a lot of things.
I'd say if one thing, what was misleading was like the console launch, because especially because like we can all admit, it's very easy to admit that the console launch of Cyberpunk 2077 was easily botched. And honestly, I don't blame them for not exactly for being able to do what they can do on PC on consoles, but at the same time, it would have been better if like they just admitted that they just didn't launch the game, try to even launch the game on consoles at all. Because it's like it would have been better to make a statement where they was like, we originally wanted to launch the game on consoles, but then we realized that everything that we wanted to do in the game was out of scope in the capacity of what the consoles can do. So for now, we're just going to launch it on PC. Because let's be fair, there are a lot of indie games that launch on PC first and then eventually launch on consoles, and they don't get flagged. Sorry, Quiz, you wanted to say something?
No, I was just saying it's right because I mean, like the main problem with the launch is they wanted to release on every single platform simultaneously, but that was too much.
Yeah, it was very obvious I was out of scope. And if anything,
no, I have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Nah, actually, yeah. If anything, I'd say from what I've seen, the PS5 and Xbox One consoles seem fine. but the last gen we're really struggling.
Yep.
So you can go on Weekend.
Concerns with him framing the memeing as right wing. Like, of course, you're gonna hype up your big release. Of course, that's like a given. I do agree that maybe they shouldn't have launched it in the old generation of consoles. But I think him framing it already as some sort of demonic right wing thing that should be burnt or some shit. I disagree with that. I think they're just meme. Yeah, it's just marketing, man. It's. I don't even think they're thinking of let's take it to the leftists. I don't think they're doing that.
No, I mean, I don't see honestly, if anything, there's no real point in like just marketing to just because of like one political party exclusively.
Yeah.
Like, sure, there's a target audience you want, of course, but to take it as far as like just you
Those
have like
guys.
political leanings rather than just like targeting the market of people who are interested in a certain genre is just it really segregates your audience.
I mean,
Stretch.
sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's more for reach. It's really a reach for me.
Yeah.
I mean, and you're going to see some very flaky logic later on. I can't remember exactly. It's probably only like 10 minutes in, but it'll be a while.
Hooray.
Do no
Can't wait.
wrong. That isn't using the medium to express something that I merely just don't agree with. That's using the specter of politics to exploit the player base in the name of looking out for them. Hell, that's exploiting the very right-leaning players who may love the game. They should be angrier in a way than anyone.
Yeah, why?
That's the thing though. I don't understand. I'm still not seeing how the game is right leaning.
Yeah.
If anything, there was a time where you had like anti SJWs, like the Quartering, for example. He was going on a video about ranting about how Cyberpunk removed gender and like you couldn't identify as a male, even though they've explicitly stated in interviews and backed up by like the launch of the game itself, your gender is determined by your voice. So you can literally look like a girl, sound like a girl, and even look like a girl, and then have like a penis as like your mod, as like your genitals. And it makes sense because it's futuristic. People just switch body parts left and right. Like the Maelstrom are the perfect example. The Maelstrom gang, these criminals who completely go to the route of just replacing their organic parts with cybernetics. They're the peak example of people just not caring about their humanity. And just that's kind of the whole thing about the game. Like, it questions humanity, it questions what life is like, it questions what meaningful decisions are like. So, and that's not exactly a political decision or politically leaning, if anything. It's just
But even if he's talking about it in the sense that he thinks that is a political conversation, is that one that the right wingers like or don't like?
that's the thing, you never know, because then it's like that there's nothing about it that makes it lean towards any political party. If anything, it's just life.
It's just a thing in the game.
Yeah.
Cyberpunk 2077 is still, in several respects, a solid game. Moments of real potential do shine through. The visuals, environments, and guns are particularly good, but it's nothing compared to the hype. And paying lip service to conservative gamers shouldn't be enough for CD Projekt Red to
I think
dodge
most people
as much
manage their
contempt.
expectations most people manage their expectations accordingly when they actually saw the quote unquote gameplay trailer. Like at this point, when you see a video game trailer, you know that's like, yeah, it's cool. It's not going to look that good. I remember The Witcher 3. Still a good game. Didn't look anywhere near as good as they promised.
Right? And most people, most smarter audiences tend to like, yeah, they do fix their expectations because it's already in history. We already aware that games will not look as good as they are promoted. Or actually, in the case of Last of Us 2, we are not expecting Joel to be in most of the game, or at least or at least not appear in like critical moments of the game, or only as flashbacks.
Wait, he brings up the idea that the Cyberpunk 2077 doesn't look as good as it did on the trailer release.
Well,
like
I think
The Last of Us 2 doesn't have characters that it showed in the trailer release.
I think well, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what he means by this. If he means I'm not exactly sure if he does mean marketing, because if he actually does compare like Cyberpunk 2077 to the marketing of The Last of Us Part 2,
then
yeah, it's gonna be way off because The Last of Us 2 did so much to just completely misadvertise.
Even Last of Us 1 had issues because the AI was advertised as being very different, but like the whole it was like balanced power system where like if you pointed a gun at the other character and the enemy didn't have a gun, they would run away. But that's not present in the final game.
Like, yeah, just try to remember that I think if you're aware of like that, the whole point of marketing is to really do what you can to draw people into your product. Expect those try to lower your expectations, basically. I think that's fair.
Hmm.
I mean, it's probably very case dependent. I mean, it's sort of, but I mean, it's sort of a given now that I mean, we live in strange times.
Yeah.
As not received. In a perfect world, they would receive more. Triggering the libs and non-right-wingers shouldn't count as a consolation prize for such an underwhelming and underbaked game. Now,
I mean, if anything, whatever these controversies that were drawn, it wasn't really much of like, oh, they own the libs, we're gonna buy their game. It's really just making fun of the people who were just triggered by whatever the whatever Cyberpunk 2077 was promoting.
Yeah.
Now, were there quests and characters that I enjoyed? Were, in my playthrough, there 2 actually compelling sex scenes? Absolutely. But sex aside, which again is surprisingly scant for a game that so heavily markets itself around it.
I mean, first off,
is that the negative for the game?
I mean, it's just a weird thing to say. Like, I mean, like it's like having sexual content in your game is going to take in multiple forms, and like there's multiple advertisements. You can go and buy a dildo from a store in the game. I mean,
what you can literally find a dildo as like your legendary weapon, legendary or iconic weapon. And if you spec in crafting, you can basically, if it's not, and assuming that you find it as like a rare iconic, you can craft it and you can spec in crafting anyway to upgrade it as like a legendary iconic, and it'll become even more powerful, which makes it funny.
Does it get longer too?
I have no idea. That would actually be a funny, neat detail. Like the stronger it gets, the longer it does. The longer it gets.
Longer it does, yeah.
And also, to be fair, the lack of like sex scenes. The thing is, the game is like first person, so I'm not exactly sure how well you can do like sex scenes in a first-person perspective.
First person, yeah.
Like,
No, I'm just more curious. Is he like, where's the sex scenes, bro? Is that his complaint? Like, it's so weird. Oh no, the game's actually tasteful. How dare they not?
Like he's just sort of jumbling around words, saying, "Oh, the dating sex is tasteful, but isn't there not enough of it?" I mean, I'm not sure.
So weird.
I guess people will just always get angry. But let's continue.
These quality moments were fewer and further between than in The Witcher 3 for me. And though enemies sometimes threatened to rape me, and Johnny Silverhand never shut up about sticking it to the corporations, most of the time I didn't fight the system at all. I helped it.
V, got a client who needs help with some internal corpo skullduggery. Our boy wants dirt on his arch nemesis.
I helped prop it up as a freelancer. I sold my soul to make a name for myself in this city that doesn't want me.
Hold on. You're using the montage as a scene, but we don't. The context for these montages are not even like, do not even properly specify if they are just, if they're actually for people who are defying corporations. Also, here's the thing. Solos in the lore of 2020 have been specified to do a variety of work, including being corpo soldiers. Like, you end up befriending a corpo soldier at the start of Act 2. Because Takemura was like betrayed by the Arasaka Corporation.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he does not focus a lot on the lore, and that comes up several times, and it made me very frustrated because the game is like very much trying to tell you how things work to lead up to the point of 2077.
Also, with like how the story, but also how the story of Cyberpunk 2077 is structured, you're occasionally fighting them because you occasionally are fighting the corporations because you kind of have to in order to get better, in order for the story to progress, because there are certain plot elements that you have to deal with in the story because of this heist that you did.
Like, I mean, the game, if the game was if theoretically the game had a problem, it would be like that. Like immediately after the prologue, you could pick a mission with Arasaka or something. But obviously, that's not within the narrative. So I mean that's not a problem because I mean you're working for a different corporation at a time. So choose.
Yeah, you're a freelancer. You're basically doing whatever jobs you can find or whatever jobs you have access to. And if anything, V was basically a low-class mercenary before the heist.
That's a good point. Because like it's like right after the prologue, it's like people start spreading your name around.
Right?
Whoever heard by way of a punk helping the police?
Okay.
Well.
Okay.
Excuse me, but
First off, just like there's instances in the game where the cops really try to fuck over V. And you end up fighting the cops because of it. Second, just because you hate the cops doesn't mean you're going to be siding with the criminals. Like, do you like or anything? What do you expect us to do? Do you expect us to side with the people who literally kidnap people and scavenge them for parts? Harvest them for parts? Like, fuck, man. You literally have scavengers as crime gangs.
like it's pretty funny. Like let's look one time the game really draws a line for it. Like sure, Maelstrom are fucked up, but they don't do this.
Yeah, you also have have you guys quiz, have you ever completed like the Cyber Psycho quest?
I completed a couple of them, yeah.
Because there's one there's one cyber psycho quest where you're fighting someone who was actually a cyber psycho who was actually a Valentino but forced into cybernet but was forced to have cybernetic implants on him by the Maelstrom. Like the Maelstrom are really fucked up people who will force people.
Oh yeah, I did that quest. I remember that now.
Who will force cybernetic implants against people's will.
Right.
And in Cyberpunk, there are monks who are against the idea of getting chromed up. And there's a quest where you have to where you're talking to a monk who was forced to have cybernetic implants because of the Maelstrom. You're not dealing with pleasant people, and you do not. You can hate the cops, sure, but you don't want to side with the criminals. And also, in the context of taking out the criminals that from those NCPD dispatches, you're rewarded. You're not doing it because it's a good thing. You're doing it because you're earning money from it.
I mean, because the whole premise, even from the very first trailer, was the idea that the Night City is the highest rate of violence ever. So the whole point, and so in that context of it, obviously there's a lot you can do, and so I mean, why wouldn't someone become a mercenary in that regard?
And also, in a lot of instances, you'd want to try to, if possible, to learn how to defend yourself against the gangs, because the police, especially in the 2020 lore book, they're not really that equipped against they're not really that well equipped against gangs, because a lot of the gang members will have cybernetic implants for whatever reason. Most cops don't. Guys.
I know.
We're here.
No, yeah, sure. I'm just trying to think about what to say it, because I mean, there's this one case I want to talk about, just because I don't want to, because it's a spoiler, but it really goes into depth how some of the cops are trying to cope with how much of the violence they have to deal with, because some of them are good people, and of course, obviously, there's some assholes. I mean, the Street Kid prologue really sets it up really well, actually, because the one cop you meet, that one.
Yeah, the one copy. For anyone who hasn't played the Street Kid prologue, there's a part in the game where you think you're almost going to be arrested, but the cop who found you was he also used to be a street kid, so he'd let you go because he knows what life on the streets is like. It's all dependent on how people are raised, and it's what their circumstances are like. And
yeah, I mean, it was just such a great moment, because I was like, oh shit, this is not what I expected.
And also for context, because yeah, and as Kuzerno brought up, there are some good cops, but there are some really shit ass cops. I need to
hate corpos. There's one little side quest where you find cops beating up a corpo, and you can go in and you can intervene.
There's also another example. It's a bit spoilery, but you're helping out the nomad. You're helping out these nomads get this this organ, but it turns out that you were set up by cops. The cops tried to actually ambush the buyers of the organ, and you have to defend yourself against the cops and probably kill them or whatever. But my point is, they're cops who just fuck people up. So it's not. People really just need to remember that there's always a gray area. Sometimes some aspects don't have these gray. There are some things that don't have gray areas, or some moral whatever storylines that don't have gray areas. But it's not everything is black and white, essentially.
No, I'm a good person, and I can't help the corporations.
Ah, God.
It's such a naive way of looking at things a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah.
These really pretentious mid parts.
That was a really. I'm sorry. I think if anything, I'm sorry. It was just
Trying to be
that felt like a
honest.
really long intro. Although I guess it got longer because we were just breaking down like some of the silly stuff that they brought up.
Yeah. The very ominous bringing Last of Us 2 in and have the music go.
This is,
Evil.
this is gonna be very interesting to see how he brings up how he compares The Last of Us to Cyberpunk. Because you're gonna have, because like just on the title alone, there's a lot of reaching to be made.
Hmm. And again, it is just the title, so maybe he's summarizing what he's going to later explain. Maybe
Two
not.
games debuted this year of vastly different quality.
Also, the cover
One
art of
was
Last
a
of Us
perfectly polished,
Oh, because
well-designed-
you
Oh, hang
Oh,
on,
see?
I'm seeing some bias already.
yeah,
Two
using
games were dropped this year. One was perfect.
The other shit.
I also liked how he used like the Metal Gear Solid cover. That
yeah,
really,
the Shinkala cover. Like that makes the game look actually very interesting.
oh, it's. I like how he used like the regular cover of like Cyberpunk, and then for The Last of Us 2, he used one that was basically fan art. It's like,
Yep.
not biased. So awkward.
I mean, if you're calling The Last of Us 2 perfectly executed, by virtue of the fact that Cyberpunk has glitches, then I think you need to go back through and discover the myriad of glitches that The Last of Us 2 also had.
I mean, most of us here are really follow EFAP anyway, or in the case of Weekend Warrior, he's also been an EFAP host, and he's aware of like some of the memes regarding The Last of Us 2 in EFAP, like especially fucking Mahler's stream.
The amount of times enemies
Oh,
just
man.
get lost fighting you.
It's like-
or like we'll just shoot randomly at the wall for lack of a better target.
Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind. I think I ran up to someone and hit them with a hammer once, and then hid behind the box they were standing next to. They lost me and went, it was nothing.
Oh wait, he didn't yell out his best friend's name, Malcolm.
Oh, now I feel bad for stabbing this guy that tried to kill me.
It's like, oh man, it's so weird. Because, you know, as buggy as Cyberpunk is, one thing I do notice though, is like, even after you're spotted, and you try to go back hiding again, the AI tends to be a little bit more active. Like, okay, I lost the guy, but I know he's still around here somewhere.
They don't de-aggro.
They don't.
Like, go back
They
to,
don't
like,
aggro
their
immediately.
animation.
They don't aggro immediately, but
don't
they're
think-
like,
I've
show
only seen-
yourself. I know
the
you're
only,
here.
The only police I've seen, the only people I've seen Diego are like police, and I mean, obviously, I mean, it's very case dependent.
I'd say, I do say that caught AI is kind of bugged, up to some extent. 'Cause it's like, you don't even have to like be aggressive to them sometimes, but sometimes you just go close to them, and they will just start attacking you. TL, The Last of Us 2's AI suffers from severe brain damage.
Got brain problems, yeah. I agree with that.
survival horror adventure game. The other was a subpar Fallout, Watch Dogs, and GTA clone, riddled with bugs and underwhelming, well...
But, okay, first off,
very biased introduction.
right?
It is
Like,
true.
that was a huge red flag, because it's like, he didn't even use any qualitative words for The Last of Us 2.
It's just like
It was perfectly executed. There was no flaws in the execution whatsoever. No, I'm not being hyperbolic here. Fuck off.
Jesus Christ. Like, nice way to give out your, nice way to throw out your bias.
Well,
Worse.
everything. Yet somehow,
Whoa.
the second one continues to be widely defended, while the first one is still getting hated on.
I actually
Does that
find
tell
that
you anything?
I actually find that funny because people have been, there are a lot of people who just dunk on Cyberpunk regardless of like whatever art, regardless of the quality of the arguments.
And don't get me wrong, any glitches in the game are still problems. They're still flaws. But
And if anything,
when the gameplay or story is executed well by comparison, they're easier to ignore. If you've already got a hate for The Last of Us because of what it did narratively, then the bugs and glitches are going to just like be icing on the cake for why you don't like the game.
writing in Cyberpunk 2077 is decent. That's the only thing I give the game credit for. Everything else, I'd argue, is okay at best, subpar at worst. Like that's really my stance in the game. Because it's like,
I like the gameplay.
in terms of like enemy distinction, in terms of like having distinct enemies, you can kind of
There's
see them trying to attempt it, but it really falls flat. Because the only ones that are very easy to distinguish are the tiger claws, and not really because of their Asian.
And the animal.
Yeah, animals are easy in a surface level. Well, I guess even Maelstrom in a surface level, but tiger claws, not really because of the fact that most of them are Asian, but there's a more subtle, distinct trait to them in terms of combat. Because if you're like me, who has been using smart weapons in 2 playthroughs, you will find out that they have cybernetic implants that completely alter the projectiles of smart weapons to the point that the projectiles completely avoid them. Because that is their specialty. Even Wakako brings it up after you get your reward from her for saving Sandra Dorset.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember. And then she gives you and then it introduces the upgrade to you because she gives you that as a reward.
Yeah, the hand implants that allow you that are compatible with smart weapons. And it's a shame because it's like they really could have done more to like really spruce up the distinguishment. Like say, I was discussing with Kuzerno the other day, how it would have been neat if like Maelstrom specialized in tech weaponry and even had more drones as allies. Like, because they're so infatuated with like being machines that they just like to bring drones with them regardless of regardless of how important the mission is. Like they just like having drones out in the field. Or like say with 6th Street. Yeah, they're military dudes, but I don't think they'd mind like specializing in power weaponry so that they can have their bullets ricochet. Because like, of course they'd find it cool. I don't think most people would find it cool if like your bullets could ricochet.
Yeah.
But yeah,
let's continue.
Yeah, it's like this is just the unfair comparison is just really odd and off-putting, especially when you're comparing it to The Last of Us 2, when so many games have done their story, have done their gameplay much better than The Last of Us 2.
Surely whether you have an investment
The one that did nothing but lie and manipulate its audience still has massive support, while the one that delivered almost point by point the same game as advertised and as its beloved predecessor
as advertised.
I doubt that. Come
Didn't
on,
they
man.
advertise Joel as if he was going to be in the entire game, and then
Yeah,
he's
Yeah,
like
they
this,
did.
like, in the first 20 minutes, and then a couple cutscenes?
Oh
Like, oh yeah,
god.
Joel's in this
Right.
game, but not really. We kill him right at the beginning.
Oh, remember the trailer where they had like, where it was like, do you think you think
Imply
I were
that
going to
Joel
let you do
comes
this
with you.
alone? When it was,
Yeah.
Yeah, implying
they
he's
made
gonna
it come out
with
that it
you on
was
the-
like, they made it come out that it was like Joel, but it turns out in the game it was actually just Jesse. Like that was the most blatant misadvertisement I've ever seen. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
It was so bad.
Predecessor, but slightly better, somehow still receives daily online venom.
Because it's a bad.
Only question
Oh,
then
come on.
is what
This
in the
is
hell
so.
is wrong?
This is so disingenuous. Like,
It-
and of course he's gonna say, since there's a sector of people that hate the Last of Us 2 and Cyberpunk and like Cyberpunk, they're right wingers. I can't contemplate that people just hate The Last of Us 2, not because of political leanings, but because it's just a bad game. Oh,
It's just, yeah, there's so much wrong with the game aside from like AI. And the thing is,
yeah, man.
you have like the Last of Us 2. We know it's basically those kinds of games where story is the main focus. You don't hear anybody talking about the gameplay in like The Last of Us, the original Last of Us and The Last of Us Part 2. You only hear people talking about the story.
Yeah.
The gameplay is fine. It's pretty simple in the grand scheme of things, but it all works, I guess, aside from when the AI wigs out or many other things.
So yeah, that's the thing. I don't
The loss of enemy aggro and the fact that your guns don't feel that effective and that you have the worst luck in the world apparently as a character. The combat's fine when you remove those issues. But
But
it's nothing remarkable.
And the thing is, with like Cyberpunk, I'd argue that they still advertised it, especially with like their gameplay teasers, as still being gamey. There is some emphasis in like choice making and like dialogue and stuff like that, but it's still emphasized on being a role playing game.
I would also say that it's funny that not a lot of people brought it up, but there was like a list of features that they said that they had to cut before they released the game. So I mean, it's not like they were even like the only thing that they legitimately hid was the state of the console port. But like all the features that they said had to be cut were. Like they said that you wouldn't be advertised cars, that the flathead wouldn't be in the game, that you can't climb with the mantis claws because it's unnecessary because you can already double jump high enough.
And even in the game, if you can't double jump, there are various ways of you to take on the obstacles in the game. Like there's a part in the game where I have to sneak into a factory. I just found a way to climb on top of the building and then just like slowly get to the bottom of the building and enter from there. And there's just various ways of you to take on the obstacles due to its open world nature.
The accurate comparison for if Cyberpunk was advertised like The Last of Us 2 would be to have I've forgotten his name now. Fuck. Never mind. Get back to me.
But either way, the thing is, yeah, it's just the advertising in The Last of Us 2 was just so much worse compared to Cyberpunk. And the thing is, even though they cut the thing about Cyberpunk 2077, I don't mind cut content as long as A, the final product is still good, and B, they actually put a heads up of what content was cut.
Well, I was saying the accurate comparison for advertisement for Cyberpunk 2077, if it had been done like The Last of Us 2, was to show Kanye West was in it, and then In the game, he's there for 10 minutes and then fucking dies, and then that's it. You're like, oh,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting a bit sidetracked.
60% of my investment out the window.
I'm sorry to get sidetracked a bit because I've been thinking about Kanye West as like Morgan Blackhand. Because it's like I'm also looking into like the
Kanye West.
Because I'm looking into like the Cyberpunk 2020 lore book, and I'm reading about like Morgan Blackhand, and honestly, I feel bad that they didn't mention Morgan Blackhand being in like Cyberpunk 2077, but I honestly feel bad that Morgan Blackhand is not in the game. Is not really mentioned other than like through Jackie and maybe through some shards in the game.
Well, there's that one part where when Claire says like they're not sure if he's alive or dead, and that's why they can't give it. They're confused. They should have the drink named after him.
Yeah, but it's still like it would have been really cool to have like something with him because he sounds like such a cool character because he's like in the 2020 lore book. For those who don't know, Morgan Blackhand is like one of the best solos out there, and is able to complete missions without killing anyone. Like
I just realized I said Kanye West instead of Keanu Reeves because I'm fucking stupid.
It's okay.
You get what I mean.
Yeah, but it's like, but yeah, basically Morgan Blackhand is the Batman in Cyberpunk 2020, if anything. Like, there's lore about him saving Kerry Eurodyne after he was kidnapped by like this gang of 5 people, and he was able to bring those people to authorities alive, like just incapacitated, but alive. And he's apparent, and in the Cyberpunk 2020 lore book, he's like, dude, Morgan Blackhand is just so badass. Like, he doesn't let any Ripper Doc touch his cybernetic implants. If anything, he's the one who does maintenance on himself. Like, how cool is that?
Pretty cool. I'm definitely gonna read it after the video finish of this.
All right, but yeah, let's continue.
Wrong with gaming. This is a video
Yeah,
comparing The
those
Last of Us
gamers.
Part 2 and Cyberpunk 2077, and how both
Let's
highly
not-
anticipated games of 2020 were received. But it's also a video about
Already.
ethics in the games industry, about politics, greed, hatred, and corruption. Mostly, it's about how so-called capital G gamers are ruining this medium and holding it.
Yeah. Like I said, it gets worse.
This is
I don't like it.
I'm sorry that the stream was like, how long have we been live? What's the uptime? Like an hour, like basically an hour. But it's like we're only 5 minutes in the video, but it's like, woo, so many red flags within 5 minutes. It's very impressive.
Yeah, there are so many red flags already. Jesus Christ.
Holding it back, holding it hostage, preventing it from what it otherwise could achieve.
God, even in that, oh God, can I rant about this bit a little bit? I'm sorry. I know it's a long video and there's so much to cover, but that bit just felt so disingenuous because most of the shit in like The Last of Us 2 were cutscenes.
Yeah, it's a very cinematic-driven game.
Oh, and if anything, I bet most of those bugs presented in like Cyberpunk 2077, I bet most of them were in consoles. Because I'm really
bad thing to do to have the to like have clearly like hey dude, I can cherry pick a bunch of parts of the game if I want.
Because when I originally played Cyberpunk, I was playing on my PC. And at the time when I had like my graphics card with an RX 570, it was a little bit choppy. It felt like around 50 FPS at least. But at medium settings, it was playable. And if anything, the only bugs I had were audio bugs. Everything else wasn't that bad. And that was with an RX 570, which it's only slightly more power. For context, everyone, an RX 570 is an old graphics card that is only slightly more powerful than a 1050 Ti. Just for reference.
That's why I'm getting good performance running on my 1060.
Yeah, and my CPU is also old. It's like an RX 1500X, Ryzen 5 1500X, which is only like a quad-core 8-thread. So, yeah, I got decent performance out of that. And then I eventually upgraded my card to an RX 5600 XT, and it's performing much better, even at like high settings.
Alright, well, let's continue.
The Last of Us Part 2 and Cyberpunk 2077 are, in many ways, similar games.
That's a huge stretch.
No, they're not, though.
That is a huge
They're not even
stretch.
close. Like, really? He says that?
That is a
Okay,
very
let's
huge stretch.
Let's listen to how he says that, though. Like,
Both conceptually dark, visually stunning, and thematically transgressive. Both portray dystopian near futures where violence is normal and people are dehumanized.
I'm not exactly sure how people are dehumanized. Because if anything, the common themes in the cyberpunk genre is about supposedly transcending humanity. Or even questioning what does it mean to be human? Because the general plot of Cyberpunk 2077 does that. Because I guess I might as well be a bit spoilery at this point, but the whole race against time, the whole story in like Cyberpunk 2077 is V got shot in the head, and as he was shot in the head, there was this biochip inside him that had this engram of Johnny Silverhand, and the chip got damaged, and because of that, it's doing emergency repairs on V's body, and is in the process of replacing V's personality with Johnny's. So then, the whole theme of like the story is, what does it mean to be human? Is about having your personality? And then, does a body not mean anything ultimately? And why is it more concerning for V? And you kind of see it because it's like V is more concerned about like Johnny replacing his personality, replacing his mind, rather than like just losing parts of his body. Because he's at the point where you can be decked out with like having cybernetic implants that make you more powerful, that aren't necessarily natural. Like blades coming out of your arms is not something I'd consider natural.
Oh no, I mean, for you.
But I kind of think you get my point, right? It's
No, absolutely.
Blend together crafting, looting, sneaking, leveling, and shooting. Both take place on the west coast of a collapsed America. Down dismal street corners infested with gangs, murderers, and monsters who were once human.
That's not a gang member. I don't know about you, but a zombie isn't exactly what I'd consider a gang member.
I'm sure you did. The zombies. That's a gang, right?
Oh.
Do you fight robots? And okay.
In Cyberpunk 2077, you can fight robots, but you can also. This is actually this clip is actually from a cyber psycho quest where you're dealing with someone who is who I forgot the circumstances, but basically his life went so shit for him that he just went crazy. Pilot hijacked this construction tool and used it to go on a rampage, and you have to take him down. Ideally alive. And for anyone questioning if that's actually possible, well, it's pretty easy to do in the game because you actually have like a weapon mod that renders your weapon non-lethal while increasing your damage. And also on the to go to get sidetracked by the non-lethal. Non-lethal is kind of broken in Cyberpunk 2077. Cuz you know the thing about Weekend Warrior, you know how you can take down people non-lethally, right? You have the option to just outright kill them or take them down non-lethally. You know that if you take them down non-lethally and then you kill them again, you gain more XP. Like I can understand.
Wait, you do?
Yeah. You take them down non-lethally and then you kill them, you gain a lot of XP.
I haven't tried that.
It's like, sure, there's a logical explanation. Maybe there is a logical explanation, but that would have been something like you didn't really need to do, or you didn't really need to have, or it would have been something that people wouldn't mind getting rid of. Because it's like, it kind of breaks balance. Because it's very easy to level up because of that.
Wow.
Like, combined with the weapon mod that I mentioned earlier, you can have like in your loadout a non-lethal weapon and then a lethal weapon. So you take them down non-lethally, switch out to your lethal weapon, and then just gun them down.
You know, would that be their intention?
I'm not sure if that.
There's a lot of things in this game where it's a little hard to grasp what their intention was, such as being able to sell the expensive painting, buy it back for $5 eddies, then sell it for another 4,000, and just keep doing that.
Like, I can understand why you can gain experience regardless if you take down someone non-lethally or lethally. I can understand that because you don't want to punish players for role-playing as someone who doesn't like to kill people. But having the ability to take down someone to gain XP by taking them down non-lethally and then killing them, like, sure, there's a logic to it, but is that exactly something you'd want to have in terms of balance? Right?
Yeah, no, we're not saying the game is flawless. Well, I don't think we're saying the game is flawless in any stretch of the imagination. But to say that The Last of Us 2 did absolutely everything correctly, even if it was a better game than Cyberpunk 2077, which I'm not willing to admit, that is still quite the reach.
Yeah, it's a real stretch to try to paint The Last of Us 2 in a better light compared to Cyberpunk.
Both portray kinds of societies where nobody's innocent.
Okay, no.
Yes.
No, this is dishonest. Because, like, The Last of Us 2 clearly paints Abby's gang as, like, the good guys. You see this in, like, how the story progresses. It's like, the world would have been better if you just died, Ellie. My god.
I mean, yeah. Kind of. But obviously,
the philosophies of these games.
The weak writing comes from the fact that they kill Joel but leave Ellie alive anyway, despite the fact she's threatening to come back in and kill all of them.
And the fact that
why would you let her? Why would you let her go? Why were you even sanctioned to go off and do this mission anyway? Imagine the conversation that
because
Abby had with whoever the guy was. It's like, we need to go find this guy Joel. It's like, right, okay, we have no idea where he is, but we know he has a brother who might be living here. And the guy's like, okay, and because they're brothers, Joel might be living there too. It's like, okay, what do they look like? It's like, oh, we have no idea. Do you know the name?
we have a
Just
name.
about.
Your only leads are the names. Oh my god.
And it's
got
like,
his
okay,
name.
what did this guy do? Why is he a threat to us? It's like, oh, he's not a threat to us. He killed my dad a while ago. It's like, okay, but I don't know your dad, and we need all the fighters we can get against.
No, you
these.
don't understand. My dad saved zebras.
He saves zebras, guys.
Like
And
the thing of
the idea that the idea that he lets them go despite the fact they're fight. What are the name of the group they're fighting again?
I don't know.
Terrified.
Terrified. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, but we're you realize we're at war, right? I can't just give you men to go off and for you to fulfill a personal vendetta.
No,
yeah,
but you don't
please?
understand. My
No.
dad saved zebras. He tried to save the
fuck,
world.
Okay.
He tried to save the world. His vaccine could save the world.
He naively thought.
My dad wasn't crazy.
He wasn't crazy, I swear.
These games couldn't be more different, and neither could their respective degree of polish, design quality, and thematic nuance.
Thematic.
The Last of Us 2 wants to show you why bad things happen to good people.
No, bad things
But no.
happen to bad people.
And why does something bad happen to Joel? And
Also-
it paints him as bad.
Also, people really go out of the game. Last of Us 2 really goes out of its way to portray Joel as a shitty person.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joel in the first game is not a likable person, but at least you understand why he does his things. Same with like Johnny Silverhand, same with V. But it's like The Last of Us 2 is so black and white with how it presents its story.
Bad things happen to good people, so why does the game spend so much of its time trying to vilify Joel? It's like, see, it's okay that he's dead. I don't care, game. I liked him.
Cyberpunk 2077 wants to show you why good things happen to bad people.
No, it doesn't.
What? What? I mean, if anything,
I think the guy, your fat guy that spoilers for Cyberpunk, I read this somewhere. The black guy that betrays your party in the intro, he gets shot, right?
Yeah.
I think bad things happen to people. You don't have to frame it like good or bad. Just shit happens.
Cyberpunk, both
your
Cyberpunk
character can be. Sorry, your character can be whoever you want them to be. They can be a good person or a bad person. Shit still happens to them. That's the
Cyberpunk
whole point of it being a narrative RPG.
Cyberpunk 2020 and Cyberpunk 2077 go out of their way to show that you don't really have good people. There aren't really good people, or there's not a lot of good people. If anything, Johnny says this in like this quest you're doing. There's only good choices or bad choices. And that's basically the world of Cyberpunk.
You can tell he wrote the line. It's like in Last of Us 2, bad things happen to good people, but in 2077 Cyberpunk, bad things happen to good people.
No, it's like good things happen to bad people.
And you go, wow, what a statement. And then you think about it and you're like, hang on. No, it doesn't.
Like, no, it doesn't. Because it's like you have options. There are options to take out the bad people. Like early in the game, you can choose to kill the leader of this violent gang of the Maelstrom, the leader of the Maelstrom. And you can choose to what was this?
No, you can help him, right?
yeah, you can choose to help him or you can choose to kill him. Like, you can also choose to take, and you also have missions where you take out bad people, you take out murderers, you take out psychopaths.
And I don't like his framing of it. Like, he even acknowledges that the world of The Last of Us 2 is morally gray, but then he suddenly goes, "Oh, bad things happen to good people in the other game." Like, come on, bro. What are you doing?
And good things happen to bad people.
If anything, Cyberpunk tends to have more nuance to these issues, because it even gives you the opportunity to have more nuance in these issues, because in a lot of my playthroughs, I've always opted to call out Johnny on his bullshit, because, like, yeah, corporations are shit, but it's not like Johnny was a good person.
In the video later, which that really makes me question if he's just being disingenuous, or if it really flew over his head that it's portraying Johnny as not a good person. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys think of it.
I think he wrote the line to make it sound like really deep, and he's like, wow, he just perfectly summarized the games, and then you actually stop to think, you're like, hang on, no, he didn't whatsoever.
Oh, wait a minute.
Like, there's a part in Cyberpunk 2077 that really makes you question Johnny's actions, is when he's begging you to help him take out Atom Smasher with Rogue. And he's like, let me take control, I just want to talk to Rogue. And then the part in the quest when you do give him control, he does so much shit just before talking to Rogue. And that really makes you question if you should trust Johnny or not. Like, Johnny is not a good person.
No.
Regardless,
but you like him because it's Keanu Reeves.
Because deep down that soft exterior, there's a guy who would go on a rampage if someone killed his dog.
Yeah. Oh,
like,
dude, that
actually, if anything,
I don't know if they put a reference in like that, but they so should have put a reference in about that.
Like, if anything, actually, yeah, that would make for a good joke and like dialogue. It's like, where are you even? What is in all of this for you? And then he just jokingly says, "You just killed my dog."
Killed my dog.
Killed my dog.
Like, he doesn't actually tell you what his investment is. He just lies and says, "Oh, they killed my dog." You're like, "Oh, that's not true, is it?" It's like, it could be. And then you get the controller be like, "I get that reference."
It's like, well, what do you know about me then? And it's like, it really sets it up, because it's like, you know that Johnny's unstable. It really, if anything, it really does. It will add to just pointing out how Johnny's unstable. He himself is not trustworthy. He doesn't, and is willing to use people for his own gain if needed.
Hmm. The way to escape the nightmare in The Last of Us 2 is rising above your primal lust for revenge.
That wasn't
you
really
don't get a choice.
Well done, though. I still have that opinion that it was terribly done.
And you don't
by
like,
having
the game just sort of goes, hey, revenge is bad, and you go, okay, I won't do it. It's like, yeah, but you got to do it to progress the game.
No, and okay, like, spoilers for Last of Us 2, you kill so many people and you leave this one person alive. There's really a disconnect for me.
Yeah, that's a huge disconnect.
You don't even, the game doesn't even trust the player to make that choice for Ellie. It just goes cutscene mode. I would have liked it. Like, people keep saying that Ellie has empathy when really it comes from nowhere. I think the audience who's playing, the gamers who are playing the game, might have empathy for her.
The thing is,
really, like,
the thing is, the strong point about Cyberpunk, regardless if you're playing as V or in some instances, quote unquote, Johnny, what's this? All the choices are designed in a way that they will always make sense. Because if anything, it's a role-playing. First off, it's a role-playing game. So the way that you've decided to make your choices will affect how you think about the story, to say the least. Because like say, oh, I'll be doing this quest. Maybe sometimes, oh, I want to go through this part first because I'm gonna get a neat weapon, or it's like, and even regardless of like, oh, I like this person or I like this character, it will always be like these choices are always designed around in a way that it will always be for your gain, or you're always thinking about what you gain from it. Like The Last of Us 2, there's very little choices from it. Like Ellie's sudden desire for not wanting revenge. In the plot, there's no way. Like they don't.
I feel bad about all those people that were between her and Abby. She killed all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, there was. I mean, I guess just don't think about them. Just don't think about it.
Ellie and Abby don't even really talk about it much. They really talk to each other much.
No, there's no reconciliation. They just let each other go.
It's so weird. It's like, I don't want to spoil the ending. I don't want to spoil the endings in Cyberpunk, but it's basically designed in a way that you have to weigh in you're weighing in your options, basically. No matter where you started, no matter how you progress in the game, these endings always make you weigh in your options.
I mean, there were like several moments like I didn't know what ending I wanted to do first, but I mean, I went with the Nomad Panam ending, and it was just great. I'm happy I did that one first.
The way you fight the system in Cyberpunk is by selling out and smartening up to the fact that nothing in this twisted
You know, it's
city
really funny how he's making it sound like a linear game.
Yeah, he does.
He makes The Last of Us sound so open-ended, despite the fact it's very story-focused, and then talks about Cyberpunk as if you're set on rails and what to do, and what the morality is, and how you behave.
Yeah, it's like he doesn't bring up. It's like you don't bring up quests like Claire's quest, where you have the option to kill the person who supposedly murdered her husband, or just let him go. Because then it's like, you think about it, because then it's like, because they're all designed in a way that they do make you question your choices. It's like, like say, I need to bring, like say, in Claire's quest, in Claire's final part of Claire's quest, if you do let go, she makes you question if like it was worth winning. It's like, she makes you think, she makes you feel guilty. She really does a lot to guilt trip you into thinking, you just let go of my husband's murderer. Or when you do help her, the racer in the game, the racer who is accused of murdering Claire's husband, is like, but it's just racing. Everybody dying is the whole thing in racing. Because like there are people who can die in like due to the nature of how you race, how you join these street races. There are people who do die. So it's like, it makes you question, should I have done it or should I have not?
Yeah, I mean, like that's why the game really opens itself to like new playthroughs. Since I mean, it depends on how much you're investing yourself in the game, but like I don't know. There's like there's just a lot of feeling and into the. And I don't know if the people who play the Arasaka ending probably know what I'm talking about, but like it's a fucking brutal choice you have to make.
Yeah, this is kind of why my stance on Cyberpunk is basically, the writing is great, everything else is okay at best and just subpar at worst. Because the writing is designed in a way that it really makes you think about things, and it's like, depending on the content, on your origins, it's like the lore that you read, you can think of like your own context for making these decisions and how the story of V played out in your playthrough.
changes.
Some things never change. Gonks tick the ballot and think they're actually making a choice. Only ever been one choice in this city. Corruption. Same shit, different assholes. And every time they think this time will be different, well, we get what we fucking deserve.
Whatever your opinion on these two games, there's no question which of them is objectively better made.
Cyberpunk 2077, hands down.
Yeah, it is pretty obvious. Yeah. I'm happy to agree.
And though both showed marketing material different from their actual games, the motive for doing so couldn't be more distinct. CD Projekt Red's Cyberpunk 2077 was among the most expensive games ever made. It was announced 7 years before release.
Okay, here's the thing. The thing about this 7 years seems to be, from what I'm currently understanding, it seems to be a little bit more in a stretch, because what you were looking, this 2012 and the 2012 and 2013 teasers, those weren't exactly like, oh, we started making the game, and it's like, oh, this could be something this is something we want to look into. And it's like, and from what I've seen, and from what people have shared, it seems like they only really started making progress in around somewhere between 2015 to 2017. So to say that it's 8 to 7 years is a little bit misleading. It seems more like 3 to 5, given.
But yeah, well, we're looking at making this thing. We haven't made a start yet, but
Yeah, there's the proof of concept trailer,
Yeah.
and then at least the Bolts trailer.
I think it's fair to say that they announced it by that time.
And also,
But when it was developed, that's a different story, right?
yeah, that's the thing though. Like,
Who's conflating it?
here's the thing, you have like the announcement trailer for like 2012, and then when was like the last connecting announcement trailers between the two? Was there any announcement trailer in 2014? Was there any announcement trailer in 2015? Was there any announcement trailer in 2016? Because even when I was hyped about this game somewhere around 2018, I think, that kind of got me interested in like Cyberpunk 2020, the Cyberpunk 2020 tabletop. It was like I couldn't really find any trailers that were set in like 2014, 2015, 2016. It seems like a bit of a stretch when you think about that.
Yeah, I'm reading on Wikipedia now. So it was announced May 2012. Trailers for the game were released in January 2013. E3 2018. So it's a 5-year gap, and then one more to 2019.
5-year gap is huge. That means that they probably started development around 2016. Because usually at E3, people say in E3 demos, it's like, oh, it's not the final product yet. Although usually, in most cases, E3 demos tend to be like 3/4 of what was done. So I think it's fair to say that they started development in 2016.
About right. Let's see. If we can find anything.
Well,
I mean,
there's
either way, this is
there's probably
not considering the. Go for it. Sorry.
There's probably conflicting information to my statement, but I feel confident to say that the game started development somewhere around 2016. I would not be surprised.
I hope we get more information as it comes out, since this is definitely a landmark for CD Projekt Red.
One of the first things people knew about it, apart from its genre, was that it would include full nudity. Why? To emphasize, in the words of director Adam Badowski, that the body is no longer sacrum or sacred, it's profanum or profane.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of the whole thing about Cyberpunk. You're literally replacing body parts left and right. It doesn't matter. the
I wonder if
body.
he's.
Sorry, you go ahead.
I just wonder. I mean, like, like, so, like, I mean, this comes up for me like constantly like, when I'm watching this video, but like, if this guy's ever actually watched Ghost in the Shell, because I mean, it's like it's fucking government. It's like the main characters are government agents, so it's really funny. And like obviously the body no longer being sacred is a big theme in that.
Which is actually an interesting premise because it's like in Ghost in the Shell, it's very easy to just replace your body, like that.
Yeah,
That happens at the end of the movie.
Yep. Well, we should probably continue to see what his thoughts on this.
In other words, in the game's cyberpunk transhumanist dystopian future, human beings no longer value their natural-born characteristics. They augment them to the point of becoming no longer recognizable as the bodies of people. The man, if you will, disappears into the machine.
And Maelstrom are the perfect example of this. Also, I'm starting to remember one of the Beat the Quid quest lines. There's like this one part where you're supposed to be fighting this supposedly a person who has two bodies simultaneously.
Yeah, I did that one. I haven't done a lot of the Beat on the Brat quest, but that's the one I did do because I was curious about it.
That was such a weird one because it essentially the lore behind the whole idea behind the one person two bodies thing was like they were originally twins and they wanted to strengthen their connection to the point that they got cybernetic implants that allowed them to connect to each other mentally, that they became one person.
But then it plays with it because you're not sure if he's lying to you or not. Because but then there's that like little part where one of the twins says, "Stop talking to yourself." It just makes it even more ambiguous.
Yeah, it's funny, and then at the same time, it's also weird because it's like, because even V doesn't understand how it works. Because it's like, if anything, it seems like it's the first. It's a very rare instance of seeing twins connected like that. Like being connected so emotionally or psychologically to the point that they just become a whole new person.
Where Cyberpunk 2077 is concerned, the game disappears into the hype. Beginning in 2018, at E3 that year, the same year that Naughty Dog debuted a gameplay trailer for The Last of Us 2, developer CD Projekt Red began to promote this release like nobody's business. A staggering 48-minute long gameplay trailer introduced players to what looked like it was going to be the most exciting, futuristic, revolutionary open world.
Citation needed!
Yeah. Also, to be fair, I can understand why there are changes that would need to be made, or like why. I remember how people were upset about wall running, but the thing is, you don't really need it in like the game. You don't really need wall running in the game, so it kind of just, if anything, it makes it too it would make the game too crazy, I'd argue, if anything.
I mean, yeah, then the redundant features are definitely something they wanted to avoid. Let's like the end of this part is, I think, where I started getting really mad.
This is an RPG, so before we get into our appearance, we need to define our backstory. What you choose here will unlock different possibilities later in the game.
Let's see. Let's actually look at this. Let's compare this to like the current prologues, because it's like, if anything, this seems, what I'm noticing here is like, actually, yeah, it's kind of, actually, in retrospect, it is kind of a shame we don't really get to choose like the instances of how our origins gets to play out, because like,
it's like, yeah, like the interesting soul, like in Morgan Blackhand right there. I didn't notice that.
if anything, it's like actually, yeah, childhood hero, Samurai Rocker Boy. Although, if anything, what would seem to be a huge thing that seems to be lacking here is like, because one thing I noticed in like my playthroughs of Cyberpunk 2077 compared to like Cyberpunk 2020, you originally had like 9 classes, I think. You had Rocker Boy, you had Solo, you had Media, you had the Badge, and then you had like you had Techie, you had Netrunner, you had Nomad. Who else? You also had the Fixers, and you have like Corpo. Yeah, those were like the 9 classes in the 2020 game. Now, the only thing, if anything, I was a little bit disappointed is like you only have like three origin stories. Now, maybe I can understand why due to like constraints, and maybe it was just making all those origin stories was out of scope. But it would have been really interesting to see that, personally at least.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just like how much voice acting the game has. It's definitely you can probably tell where the budget's started to run thin.
Cyberpunk is a mature, visceral experience, and as such, it will let you explore a variety of different interactions with the game world. And as you just saw, it's
he's saying that it's edgy. He's implying that it's edgy.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. Like, oh, you see the butt? Oh, it's not really a mature game. It's done for like sexy reasons. Come on, bro.
You can also apply just how the characters interact with each other in The Last of Us 2. It's like, oh, it's so dark, it's so gritty, so mature. Like people can play that. Can also apply that on The Last of Us 2.
So
and we have an appointment with our Ripper Doc today. Since Cyberpunk 2077 is an RPG, the jacket not only provides us with protective stats like armor, but it also increases our street cred. A big part of our RPG experience is having a world.
Can I have a comment here?
Yeah.
Like, sure. Just on the armor system of Cyberpunk so far, I was mishmashing outfits that have high stats and they don't look good together.
Yeah. It'd be nice if you had...
That's what I don't like about it.
I wish the game had like a bonus system for like the clothes like looking good together.
Yeah, no, you look like an idiot when you're walking around.
Okay, so
that's just funny.
I got a message from Discord. Basically, the question is, didn't Cyberpunk advertise that your choices matter only for them to not fucking matter whatsoever? We kind of brought this up in like the early in the stream. The way that your what's this? The way that your choices matter is very subtle. And I'd say the fault of the impact of choice with like how they made the implementation of like the impact of choices is they were too reliant on the shards. Because the thing is, here's how do I say this? Because not everyone is always going to be reading shards. And honestly, I don't blame anyone because people will just want to keep playing the game. So if anything... sorry, Kazerno, you were going to say?
No, I was just saying I agree with that. Like, because and we were debating about whether or not the choices, like what it constitutes a meaningful choice, because it's hard to quantify. Like, what does it matter? How does a choice matter or not? Like, I mean, whether a character lives or dies. I mean, is that impactful or what?
Yeah, because what's this? Yeah, actually, that's the first aspect. It really is hard to quantify what a meaningful choice is. Second, it's really also just, and yeah, the second issue is also just like the distribution, the implementation of how your choice, of how these consequences are made. Because it's like, it would have been also neat to just hear stories about like certain certain people that you've interacted with, like not just like main characters, but also side characters, characters who aren't really part of the main plot. Like that would have been more interesting. It would have made the world more alive like that. Because like maybe you won't notice it all the time, but when you do, it's like, ah, cool. So that's how they're doing. Like more like it's a neat thing that they made the choices somewhat subtle, but it also would have been better if they found more middle ground to like the subtlety and the impact of the choices.
Yeah.
That is interactive. Here, a generic ad has morphed into an advertisement specifically tailored to V, informing her of the nearest vendor she can purchase the product.
Does that happen in the game? I haven't encountered that. Does that happen?
I don't know because I never really bothered. I kind of forgot about that, about what they promoted. It was like I wasn't really expecting much from the game. Also, can I say, I just have to say, driving in first-person perspective in Cyberpunk somehow feels more awkward than driving in real life.
Yeah, it does.
Like somehow driving in Cyberpunk in the first-person perspective is much harder than driving in real life. Like, it's much easier if you actually just switch perspective to third person. Which I do majority of the time. For whatever reason, it feels so awkward. Actually, hold on. Because Weekend Warrior had to get out quickly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here. My bad. I mispressed.
Okay. So do we continue or?
Nah, that's just a comment. I think they're like, of course, it doesn't live up to the hype. I think that's a fair thing to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to say that it's worse than The Last of Us 2, that's like you could fuck right.
I mean, to me, it feels like disingenuous to even consider, because this guy like basically has like a huge like in-depth thing about Metal Gear Solid 5, and like I mean that's a game that that's clearly unfinished, but he claims that like it was not meant to be finished. So I mean it's clearly like it's like I don't know, he seems very selective about where his arguments go.
I do it sometimes, but I try as much as possible not to do it, but trying to assume developer intent is a little bit of a stretch. And you can only do so much just because of what the functionality of features have to offer.
The dialogue system in Cyberpunk 2077 is fully gameplay driven. Weapons are built of modules that allow for deep customization and progression.
Not that deep.
Yeah, I'm disappointed how it's just how customization.
Slot the items if they have a slot. It's really that deep.
Yeah, this got really lackluster. If anything, the only ones that are quote unquote fully customizable are pistols and machine guns, because they're the only ones that allow you to equip scopes and muzzles. Everything else is just mods, like up to 4 slots of mods, depending on how well you craft it.
Or if you're not lucky with the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's a stretch.
Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect. Yeah, but it's not like it's not a shit pile.
But then again, I guess it's also just a matter of like questioning. Okay, what happens if it's like, okay, why do I need to change the handle of this pistol, or like why do I need to change the barrel of this pistol? What what is there to gain, or like I guess it's also just a matter of like choosing what makes it, what is worth customizing, and how it why it should why it should matter.
All right, time to show off our new high-level abilities. With Quick Hack, using the backdoor we unlocked a minute ago, we'll install a virus that jams the connection between the Maelstrom Ganger and his weapon. This will prevent him from firing. Once you are jammed to the network, you have access to everything it connects to. Through this
It's so funny. I have to admit, looking back at these teasers are so funny. It's like it's not like there are certain things you can do in like terms of quick hacking, like say making an enemy commit suicide, because you can, or you can jam the signal, you can affect their cyberware to the point that they can't use smart weapons. There's stuff like that, but it's like this level, nah. Although the only defense I can grant them is work in progress does not represent the final look of the game. So there's that. There's at least that. And also I can at least give them credit for pointing out what was cut off, what content was what features was removed.
This Maelstrom gang member, we've now connected to the gang hideout's internal network. This is the building's personnel system. Let's focus on the squad containing the Maelstrom Ganger we just
Not that complicated in game, right? I don't remember.
No, and also the way that you
it's not. You just
and actually the way you look in, you try to see what other gang members are doing in certain rooms is very different. For starters, you need access to you need at least an access to a camera in order to hijack it and then switch between different cameras connected to the network. It's not false advertising if it's not real in the first place. I mean, yeah, there are some things that are like questionable, and honestly, it is, looking back at it, the things that they were trying to promote really is funny. But we can at least, I will just give them just a little slide, just letting them slide a little bit, that they at least pointed out. Work in the progress. It's still a work in progress.
Yep, man. There's so much you can do, especially when you're trying to optimize for 7 different platforms.
and really, really old consoles. Like, fuck, man. Reminder that the PS4 and Xbox 360 came out in 2013. That's old.
Yeah, that's old. Yeah, the Xbox One and PS4.
And when those consoles launched, they were not even comparable to the performance of 2013 PCs. Like, that's huge.
I'm gonna try to get it.
We've greatly enhanced our crowd and community systems to create the most believable city in any open-world game to date. The city's streets are bustling with crowds of people from all facets of life, all living their lives within a full day and night cycle.
Don't make this comparison, mate. You're not gonna win.
Oh, but he's saying that the stuff in The Last of Us 2 is in the game? Or is that what he's gonna go for?
I can't help but feel like that's what's gonna happen. But either way,
Oh yeah, I mean the crowds are in the game, but it's like my problem with crowds in open world games is that I really don't talk to any of them, right?
Yeah, you
Like,
rarely
I'm gonna follow
interact.
the quest marker. Yeah.
You really don't interact with them ultimately. Although,
So
if anything, there is what is neat sometimes is depending on what you have. Well, actually, no. Sometimes you hear people speak in different languages. You can actually see through like your optics the what is being discussed, and it even automatically translates. So that is a neat thing at least. But that whole slacker, corpo rat, whatever, it's like nah. And if anything,
Yeah.
that's a little bit unfair to just generalize people like that.
Are you a rat?
Hey, fucking slacker.
Like CD Projekt Red's Cyberpunk 2077.
You know, if
Oh,
anything, looking back, just
gonna do
like
it.
that
He's gonna
small
say
bit,
this is all good him.
if anything, his point about like the whole cyberpunk thing, because in a sense, it is a fair thing to judge. But
Yeah, I
also,
think so. I think so.
if anything, it also would have been stronger if he showed what was in the final product.
Yeah.
77. The Last of Us 2 was delayed more than once. The developers resorted to extreme overtime as well, or crunch. And though in a
Hold on, what did he say?
living their lives in a full day and night cycle.
Give me a sec. Okay. Is everyone in 1153?
Yeah.
Because I want to
Yes.
hear this. I want to hear this again.
Cyberpunk 2077, The Last of Us 2 was delayed more than once. The developers resorted to extreme overtime.
Sorry, I need to repeat it.
Is
Is
it
it 11?
more than once?
Is everyone in 1151?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like CD Projekt Red's Cyberpunk 2077, The Last of Us 2 was delayed more than once.
But both
Was it
games were
delayed?
delayed more than once. Like the whole people were memeing.
No, but he's gonna say that despite that, it's an excellent product that everyone can enjoy. I think that's what he's gonna say.
Like to say that unlike Cyberpunk 2077, the Last of Us 2 was delayed more than once. Cyberpunk has made so many delay announcements that people started memeing on them.
He did say unlike, didn't he?
Wait, okay, let me hear it one last time.
No, he said like.
Let me. Okay, and then let me.
11:51.
Is everyone in 1151?
Yeah.
Like CD Projekt Red's Cyberpunk 2077,
No,
The
it
Last
was
of
like.
Okay, he said like. Okay, that's fair.
Last of Us 2 was delayed more than once. The developers resorted to extreme overtime as well, or crunch. And though in a more artful and purposeful sense, The Last of Us 2 also utilized deceptive marketing. But here, Druckmann cites as an influence the huge bait-and-switch campaign of Hideo Kojima's Metal Gear Solid 2.
Yeah, really gonna try to drive this comparison.
In that game, players thought they would be reprising the role of beloved protagonist from the original Metal Gear Solid Snake, but wound up playing as a very polarizing new protagonist, Raiden.
Yeah, you know what?
In the last
like this or not?
Yeah, but you know what? The second game didn't do shit on Solid.
Yeah, they didn't kill
Snake.
Solid Snake.
Also, Solid
No,
Snake.
no.
Solid Snake was
And-
revered, and if I remember right, Raiden's whole conflict was like not living up to the standards of Snake.
Not living up to the hype.
Like that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
Every
In The Last of Us 2, they chat on what's his name?
Joel,
That guy. Yeah, that fucker.
he's like, "Fuck you,
Fuck
Joel.
that guy.
Yeah.
Why can't you be like my dad? Why can't you be like Abby's dad who saves zebras?"
So disingenuous.
The Last
Like
of Us
he's
2,
ignoring that.
this abrupt shift.
He's ignoring
Yeah.
that. I don't think the second game went out of its way to
Shit
shit on Solid Snake.
yeah.
In fact, I think there was a segment where you and Snake fought together, and Snake has unlimited ammo and he can't really die.
Yeah.
Besides,
Like,
it's not a bait and switch because the game always presented that you'd be playing as Ellie,
yeah,
I think
which the trailer shows and the game does. They just killed off the other guy.
To unexpected new player characters was Naughty Dog's method of getting the player to feel all-consuming hatred and disgust. Triggered
Worked.
they did it. Yeah, that worked.
yeah, everybody
hated
got
it.
hated.
Good job.
Everybody got
Yeah.
hated.
The
But it's like
problem
they only
is
hate
that
it.
it also means your player base is filled with hatred and disgust.
Yeah, towards Naughty Dog, towards The Last of Us 2, towards Abby, towards the whole Fireflies.
We
God.
meant to annoy you, basically.
And then,
Triggered
and
as
then
it is.
the director goes out of its way to go, why are you guys annoyed? being passive aggressive on Twitter, like, come on, bro. It's time to stop. Like,
Yeah, if anything, I don't see CD Projekt Red being as vile and as spiteful towards their audience as Neil Druckmann.
Yeah.
Like that's a huge
They're very-
difference. Like
yeah, remember? Yeah, go ahead.
like I think we were talking about this before. Weekend when you, Southpaw, and I were streaming Movie Bob's video about like the DCEU, and we were talking about how Aquaman, Shazam, and I think it was like Suicide Squad. Or wait, no, not Suicide. I think it was just primarily Aquaman and DCEU. And Shazam. Despite like those movies being bad, they didn't receive as much backlash as they did compared to like Birds of Prey. And we brought it up earlier before how despite the quality of Shazam and Aquaman, because they're not good movies.
I like Shazam, but
Yeah.
that's just me. Like, I'm sure Southpaw will point it out in a video, like, what's wrong with it. But I didn't hate Shazam.
Yeah. And the key thing about both Shazam and Aquaman, the directors of those movies, none of them went out of their way to be spiteful towards their audience or even potential audience. Birds of Prey did.
Yeah, it's
Oh, what?
funny.
I'm not
funny.
familiar with the Backlash of Birds of Prey. It was the director response to Birds of Prey. What was that?
This movie is
Oh,
not
yeah,
for
so
you.
Yeah, if you're not a man, I'm saying like only men can, like, I don't know. It's so bad.
Basically,
Bad
it's not
luck.
for the white man or whatever.
Yeah, something like that.
For the straight white man.
Not for men. I don't know, man. Like, if your audience is like 50% female, 50% male, female and 50% male, don't alienate the other 50%, right? That's kind of
Geez, okay. I guess it's not for me, and I won't watch it.
yeah. So I guess I don't have to watch it then. So there. Who says that shit? It's so dumb. Like,
I mean, if I were actually spiteful like that to like any customer on like my job for like online retail, my boss would just fire my ass.
it is by a horrifying death. This technique proved to be more than a little too effective. Neil Druckmann,
Yeah,
creative director behind The Last of Us Parts 1 and 2, is no stranger to cultural conflict.
Director of
Born and raised in
one. No, I don't believe he is.
Hold on. Let me. The Last of Us. He was the. Where is it? He was the director. He was one of the directors for the first game.
Yeah, he was.
no.
There are two directors. Yeah, Bruce Straley kept him in check.
And then
then he left the company, never to be seen again, unfortunately.
let's see. Yeah, actually, here. Neil Druckmann was both the director and writer for The Last of Us. well, one of the directors, and then the sole writer of The Last of Us. And then, yeah, he was also one of the directors for The Last of Us Part 2, as well as one of the writers for The Last of Us Part 2. Along with co-writer Haley Gross? Gross? Fuck, I can't read.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
As an Israeli in the West Bank, Druckmann drew influence for The Last of Us Part 2 from a time when, in his early 20s, according to the Washington Post, he saw news footage of a mob killing 2 soldiers from the Israeli Defense Force, IDF, or as they're known to the Palestinians, the IOF. Druckmann found himself wanting bloody retaliation before realizing the grim irony. The feeling was completely mutual. Israeli.
Yeah, but that's normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you
Imagine
you can have themes. You can have themes in your story. It doesn't matter if the execution of the story was good, or well, the execution of the story, regardless of whatever themes are present, still needs to be good. And it's like,
the way I saw it, like, I mean, like, as my dad comes from Israel, and so like I'm also pretty invested on that. But just imagine it was like you see some 2 Israeli soldiers being lynched, and you want revenge, and you're just like, okay, I'm gonna make a story about 2 lesbians beating the shit out of each other and tell people that revenge is bad. And I'm just like, who thinks of that?
I don't. Yeah. How do you actually reach that? How do you reach that, if anything?
Like, it just, to me, it's so utterly confusing, because, like, I mean, like, and I'm a person who, like, invested in the politics of that conflict, and I just think that like, I don't know, there's so many fucking other ways you could have addressed it.
Also, what does that story have to do with zombies? Because The Last of Us at least focused on the zombies. The Last of Us 2.
Yeah, the setting literally does not matter in The Last of Us Part 2.
I don't understand. It's so weird. What does it have to do with zombies? Like, if anything, why could you just make a new story out of this? A new franchise? Like, he was so enamored. He was so enamored with this story, but it never occurred to him to just make a new franchise because it doesn't make sense. God, it's just,
Israelis and Palestinians can't agree on much except the desire to get revenge. How does love breed such intense, ironic, and universal hate? And could this feeling, this dawning realization of what we share in common with those we hate and fear, be conveyed via the interactivity of a video game? The Last of Us Part 2 was...
I mean, to be fair to it, I think it could have worked.
Yeah, but
if it was an actual, like, interactive experience to forgive or not. But no, it doesn't even work like that.
Actually, I've had this thought for a while now. But I was thinking about how The Last of Us 2 is so linear. And then it's like...
It's very linear.
And then it's like... the funny thing is, there's actually... You know how I did like a video on Them's Fighting Herds? It's like a fighting game that was originally inspired by like My Little Pony. It's the story mode for that game isn't done yet, and there's only 1 chapter for it so far. But its execution of linearity is so much better for The Last of Us 2. With the key ingredient for for Them's Fighting Herds linearity being that it is aware of how it is respectful enough of how the player can interact with the game. Because like there's an ending in the ending of chapter 1 has like the character you play as, the calf Arizona. Her chapter ends with her losing no matter what. But the way that the story designs it is, it's always in a way, it takes into account what would happen if you lose, because they designed the boss fight in a way that it's really hard to beat the boss. Where the boss that you're fighting, Oleander, she has this one-hit kill move that if you don't interrupt her as she's charging, she will kill you. But if you somehow do defeat Oleander, she ends up losing consciousness, and then what happens is the demon that she sides with, Fred, ends up taking you out. It ends up taking out Arizona and making her lose consciousness. It's at least smart, it's at least respectful enough of how the player can interact with the game. But the story, while linear, is designed respectfully enough to take into account the game's interactivity. Like The Last of Us 2 doesn't seem to be like that.
No, not at all.
Was Druckmann Naughty Dog's attempt to find out.
Oh, he doesn't point out how
in April
dumb
of 2020, massive leaks of the game's shocking and brutal plot twist, which horrifically kills off the first game's protagonist in the...
Yeah, he doesn't mention... Yeah, I don't think... I have a feeling he's gonna mention the setup for Joel's death.
No, he's not. He's not gonna mention how dumb that death sequence was.
Like... Majority of the people who seem to be very upset about Joel's death do not seem to mind him dying, actually, in The Last of Us Part 2.
Like that one, in one EFAP, there was that Mueller said, "No, I think Joel would have made sense for the story, just in like literally any other way."
Because the way that he dies is so bad, and even Southpaw brings it up in like the EFAP, the TLOU2 EFAPs, and then he even brings it up in like his Spider-Man 2 video as like a reference. It's like, boy, don't you hate how some stories can be set up so poorly? It's just
in the most gruesome possible appeared online. But not only is Joel killed off and replaced as the player character by Ellie, The Last of Us 2 did what for many was unthinkable. It forced you to play also in parts as Joel's murderer, Abby. The game also features a young trans character who faces...
The trans character is not...
Is he really going to use the trans character as like a shield of like...
He is.
Oh, you can't hate Abby? She's for the trans people.
She has a trans friend. No, he's gonna say that the trans person is hated online, or probably. I think he's gonna say that. Something along those lines.
Faces violent intolerance.
Oh yeah, can I just say the island plot is dumb? Like, it's totally avoidable.
I don't think anyone can disagree with that.
Yeah.
What's this fucker's name? The bald kid? I forgot.
Lev.
Lev.
I don't remember because fucking fat Garrett comes over and decks him, and
that's the only moment he shines, when Lev gets punched.
I hate Lev, not because he's trans. He's trans, rather. My bad. I hate him because he's stupid. He's already experienced firsthand how fucking hardcore and deep-seated the beliefs of these people are. But he still goes to the island to talk to his mom for some reason.
Kills his mom and gets over it.
Yeah, he gets over it the same day her sister died. I would have PTSD. Like, come on, bro.
It's oh god. The way that they present their characters are so contrived. Honestly, I forgot about Lev. And honestly, if anything, I was almost about to call Abby as like Debbie, like the way PewDiePie did. He just calls throughout the whole playthrough, he just calls Abby as Debbie. It's like, come on, Debbie.
How long y'all been here?
Oh, this scene is so dumb.
Yesterday.
Yep. It just gives you your weapons to a bunch of random people and whatnot, and then Yeah,
We do.
just
A few hours down
there.
there.
God, Tommy, shut the fuck up. Why would you say that? Why would you
yeah,
say
no.
that shit?
I mean, like, can you imagine? Like, I mean, this is how like every single like time they were defending the town went. Like Tommy was like, you know, and Joel's like, Tommy, you can't invite everybody for coffee. I'm sorry.
It's like, hey, I'm Joel. It's like, why would you use your real name? Jeez. I still don't understand that.
Y'all should come to us restock before you head out.
Why?
Yeah, why? That's a good question.
Even makes this even worse is the fact like their body language like clearly tells them that they're like very serious and they're waiting for something, and like neither Joel or Tommy Paul pick up on it. It just gets worse the more you look at it.
I still don't understand why Tommy and Joel are so friendly. It's like, what?
This is the same Tommy who when you walk up to the gates in the first game, he says, "Fuck, go away."
Oh no, they changed between in the last like 4 or 5 years. Like, yeah, people don't change that much when you're fucking like near the post-apocalypse.
But you don't understand. Luke is old.
What?
You get old. That happens when you get old. Bad things
It's
happen.
old. He's pathetic because he's old. Get it? It makes sense.
Okay.
It's like, oh yeah,
Wow.
I'm Tommy and this is Joel.
Appreciate it. I'm Mel, by the way.
Tommy, this is my brother.
Joe.
Fuck up. Why? The fuck? Why would you say that?
Why would you just give it your names like that?
I just want to point out that the narrator at this point, the guy who made this video, is giving this. He's not commenting. He's giving the scene the respect it deserves. He's letting us
It
watch
makes
it.
no
Like,
sense though.
yeah. No, he's not gonna even acknowledge it, or he doesn't even know that there are problems with the scene.
Joel is shown to be a very careful, very reserved person, to the point that in this very game, when the first cutscene he has with Ellie when they're walking through the building that's covered in spores, he insists that she puts a mask on anyway, just in case they run into someone and that someone asks questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's the same guy who in this cold house with a bunch of really standoffish people just says, "Oh, I'm Joel." Gives his real name.
Surrounded in a room with no like visible exit.
The actual Joel would have been like, "Tommy, shush."
Tommy, shut
Tommy-
up, bro.
It's like,
Or-
Tommy, you're gonna kill him, Tommy.
dude, Joel got loot so hard. He got loot
It's the
so hard.
antithesis of like plot armor. It's when all armor of the character is just removed because the story has decided they need to die now.
Let's call that term Skywalkered.
They've been Skywalker.
And this is part right here where like, okay, so like from where we actually see like the camera is right now, this is what Tommy is like theoretically able to see, right?
Yeah.
And then it just sort of pans over to Abby holding the shotgun. They're like, okay, Tommy, what the fuck were you doing this whole time?
He's been looking in that direction the entire time.
He's not doing anything.
Look, he turns.
Don't look like you heard of us or something.
He's not even turning fully to see the whole situation.
Tommy, did I forewarn me you wouldn't have my back?
I'm completely oblivious. Like, the question is, even if he said his name's Joel, what are the chances that it's actually the Joel they're looking for? How do these people know? It's like, his name was Joel. It's like, okay, but do you have any other proof? Loads of people called Joel. There's like 3 people back at base called Joel.
And there's so many ways that they could have addressed that, like by having fucking like one of those flashbacks with Marlene like saying like his like Tommy is his brother or something, and like Abby overhears that, and like then you could connect the dots. Like, okay, that would explain it, but it's never fucking explained. There's like so many opportunities to fix, like even the like bare minimum of the story.
Imagine it goes, it's like Joel Miller, and Joel just goes, "I'm not Joel Miller. I'm Joel Joseph."
Oh, okay.
At home, and she's like, "Oh fuck!" Because can you prove that was definitively the right Joel?
Yeah, that's funny.
I mean, for all you know, you could just have inadvertently killed Joe Mama.
No, it's the plan. Like,
Joel Mama. And everyone just goes, "Ah."
So just to recap for the audience, if you don't know the plan is they're just gonna go to some town in the middle of nowhere to find some guy named Tommy, so that Tommy can direct them to Joel. That's their plan. It's not even a plan.
On the off chance that Tommy is still where they think he is, they don't know what he looks like, and they don't know if Tommy even knows where Joel is, let alone Joel actually be with them.
I like how
they don't know who Joel looks like either.
Yeah, wait, yeah, they never say if Abby has a picture of Joel. That's
Yeah,
right.
they don't.
He doesn't.
They don't.
You know,
in the flashbacks, Abby doesn't even meet Joel face to face. She has no idea what he looks like.
You know, the thing is, I'm thinking about like Cyberpunk 2077, because of course we're watching Cyberpunk 2077 worse than The Last of Us 2. I'm thinking about how Panam, she brings up like plans in discussing like how to handle certain missions. I like how detailed it is. And it's it's designed in a way, especially most of the plans that are discussed in like Cyberpunk, they're designed in a way that they can make sense.
And like there's like I just wonder like I mean like so there's the whole thing about like whether or not like the original concept in The Last of Us was that Tess was looking for revenge on Joel or something, and then she was chasing them all across the world, and then like the consensus is that was shut down because it was a retarded idea.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I think it's just funny that they decided to go with that concept without even like addressing the problems. Like that to me, that's the funny part. Like, I mean, put the effort in.
Yeah.
Okay, let's. Do we still have anything else? Oh yeah, here. Wait.
I'm sorry.
Wait. Yeah. It's been said earlier. I also put this in my analysis of it. Tommy could see the gun. Tommy could see Abby drawing the shotgun at that point.
At that point, would you not raise questions as to why do you have that shotgun? Or like, why do you have that shotgun? And you're just
brother. He doesn't even.
Why are you? It's like, are you going to be guarding the entrance?
Why does she even pick up the gun anyway? Does she know definitively that is Joel? Before he even says his name?
No, she reacts when he hears Joel's name. Like, oh, this is the guy. Like with so much certainty, this is the guy. Like, she reacts like that when
that's the thing.
They go home and get a good sleep, but they don't confirm it's actually the right Joel.
And again, for all you know, you could.
Well, we killed a guy.
For all they could know, they could have just killed Joe Mama.
Yeah.
And
I guess we're repeating ourselves a bit here.
The way Joel dies, some is out of character.
Yeah.
Forgetting all the events of the prior game and the 4 years that Joel has since spent.
What? Wait, pause that for a second.
Huh?
What fucking shit?
That point has no relation to defend how Joel has acted. What is he talking about?
Remember, I was listening to this at work. I wasn't actually watching the video, so I didn't see that. What the actual fuck?
Let's repeat this.
Because they have.
The way Joel dies struck some as out of character. forgetting all the events of the prior game and the 4.
No.
What do you mean?
People have
prior
been.
events?
Here's the thing.
Look.
People have been pointing out that he is out of character, citing prior events. And the thing is, oh my god.
Very self-congratulations in it for someone that he loves.
I love you, Ellie.
Also, he does in the last game. He does everything he does. He does everything he can to make himself to be careful and not be as conspicuous, and to not draw attention as much as possible, so he can easily go from point A to point B with as little hiccups as possible. Sure, it doesn't. Maybe it won't always work out, but at least he tries.
I don't get the logical through line. Like, he is now, like, he is careless and dying because of his previous actions in the first game, but he's showing this. I don't get it. Like,
He's trying to say that if he let the Fireflies do their thing to Ellie, kill her essentially, that they would have saved the world. But he decides, no, fuck that. I need to save Ellie. Even though, first off, the whole premise is really faulty. Like, saying that Joel basically screwed over the world. Because Fringy brings it up. Fringy brought it up before. Even if they had the vaccine, what then? It's not going to change the people who are zombies now back into normal people. No. A vaccine only gives you the only emulates whatever it can of the virus to give your body the antibodies to fight it. That's not going to save you from the fact that you still have to deal with zombies.
Oh, everyone that is defending this game is acting like the vaccine is an instant win condition, right? Like the world will be at peace and all that shit.
It's not. At best, it's not. At best, it's only going to help you not turn into a zombie. It still doesn't change the fact that you're going to be mauled to death by a zombie.
Or that the world is a shitty place in general.
Yeah, and it's post-apocalyptic. How do you expect things to go back to normal? Like, it's years past since they've gone back to normal. For all we know, Ellie could have been born already at the time when in a post-apocalyptic world already.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was. In the first game, she was already, like, post the event. I forgot. They have a name for it, but I forgot.
So how are you expecting to go back to normal?
I don't know.
4 years, Joel has since spent learning to trust others and help build his new community.
I hate
Despite
this
the fact the original game...
come on.
He doesn't trust strangers.
In the game, you see him not telling Ellie to be careful, right? There is more evidence that Joel is more paranoid than he's careless.
And if anything, what happens is, it doesn't really, like, Joel just opens himself up more. It's like, he actually finds someone he cares about, which he hasn't really had since, like, losing his daughter. So, and he ends up finding a daughter figure in Ellie.
He trusts his brother and his surrogate daughter. He doesn't trust strangers immediately. That's the entire point of the first game. He doesn't know Ellie, and then he gets to he warms up to another human being again.
The game also opened sudden, shocking player character's death and spent its duration reflecting on it. People were used to women and children dying to service a plot, not the rugged, capable male hero and player standing.
No,
cheap shot.
That is so bullshit. No,
Come on, bro.
No.
Guys die in games all the time too, man. Shut the fuck up. Like in The Witcher 3, there was a guy that died there. I think that hurt a lot of people.
Like literally,
when it happened.
Cyberpunk. End of first act.
Yeah.
Your
Your
V's supposed best friend Jackie
go
Wells
ahead.
dies in his hands as they try to get back to Dexter Deshawn. After completing the heist, however they could. Like, yeah, it's so disingenuous.
Come on, bro. Like, it's just a character dying. It depends on how they died and how it impacts and how the audience reacts to that. It's not. Come on, this is so fuck. Come on, Jesus Christ.
So disingenuous.
It's not.
Also,
I hate it.
Dragon Age Origins. Let's say you play as a dwarf noble. Well, a male character dies, like your brother, the brother of the character you play as in the dwarf noble Origins. Either you end up killing him in a fight, or he's murdered, and then you're framed for his murder, depending on how you interact with him. Or like say, the human noble Origins. Your father and mother die. Both male and female characters. Dalish Elf Origin. Like, your best friend disappears into like the fucking mirror world of demons. And you're cursed, so your only option is just to become a Grey Warden. Or like say, let's see, what's another one that's tragic in Dragon Age Origins? Oh. City Elf Origin. If you play as like the female City Elf, your fiance ends up dying in front of you. Or like say, if you're like the male City Elf, you're trying to... Actually, nah. With male City Elf, you at least
kill everyone.
You kill everyone, but you at least rescue your fiance.
You kill everyone as a snow elf.
Yeah, you kill everyone, but you at least save your fiance, thankfully, and your cousin. I think it's been a while.
So,
like,
I just hate that. It's just a cheap shot. Yeah, it's a cheap shot.
So dumb and disingenuous.
Abandon. That kind of character's death was much harder to accept.
No, because he's totally ignoring the fact that you played as Joel from the first game.
First off,
he's not. Yeah.
Yeah, you do care about Joel. So yeah, dying him does affect you. But then you also start thinking about how flawed the death was and how it doesn't make sense. Because it is out of character. And it also makes no sense. Especially given the setting.
Not to mention the extreme luck that leads to this in the first place. Abby finds the right place. It just happens to be in the middle of a snowstorm. She just happens to go by herself. Joel just happens to be out on patrol.
She also happens to be the person that they're looking for.
Ellie is not on patrol. Yeah, Ellie is not on patrol. Well, Ellie is supposed to be on patrol, but then skypes off, leaving Joel to do the work. Then Joel just randomly, by good fortune, bumps into Abby. And then they actually, by good fortune, manage to escape back to the house just for Joel to, for some fucking reason, blurt his name out loud to a bunch of strangers.
Just conveniently leave all the weapons at the front door.
And they leave all the weapons. They just agree to leave all the weapons.
Anyway, I need to use the bathroom real quick. I need to pee.
Oh my goodness.
So guys,
this is a good video.
You must hate women.
I do.
By Joel's death, you hate women.
I'm perfectly happy watching women and children die, but not Joel Miller. Not at all. Not cool. Not cool.
Not cool, yeah.
Oh my god. I'm trying to think. I don't know if there's a death in. What's like a comparable death in Cyberpunk to this? Like they kill all. I don't think like in crap execution.
Oh, in crap
No,
execution.
not in crap execution.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think what Kathy said, Jackie's death. That's the closest thing probably. This
Or
happened.
if you leave a Takamura,
Yeah, or Takamura.
if you leave him behind, because I mean, yeah. Which I didn't.
So bad.
And I am back.
Who says that shit?
Just the idea that Joel as a character just trusts everyone who comes across.
Oh, another thing. When Johnny thinks Alice is dead.
Anyway, let's continue.
Now, this isn't to say that everyone who disapproved of the game's writing or plot is outraged and disappointed for the wrong reasons.
Oh, there are right reasons to hate it.
But hate for the game, even before anyone had gotten a chance to play it for themselves, quickly snowballed
Yeah, and this is
into
the part
popular...
where he's blaming people for poisoning the well by poisoning the well. If that makes any sense to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need me to describe it?
Yeah, you might want to go ahead with that one because it kind of went past.
Okay. Okay, so basically, he's saying the discourse behind Joel's death was basically confused because of the initial outrage, but by saying that, he basically formulating how he why he thinks that that people can't be really mad about Joel's death that way. And he's trying to use that to sort of frame a narrative of basically that everyone well, he goes on to describe it basically like people are only mad about it because of the initial outrage.
Yeah, if you look at Mahler's stream when he played The Last of Us 2, he wasn't really paying attention to any of the marketing or any of the leaks. And it's when he found out about Joel's death, he went on a tirade. It's none of this makes any fucking sense. Why did Joel just give out their name?
Yeah, I remember. And so, from my perspective, I was I heard about Joel's death, and I'm okay, well, people are obviously mad, but well, let's see how it happens in context. And then, so then the first thing I see is Ellie holding a gun and looking through the doorway, and she's
nothing had happened,
and he really has the best moment to shoot the person who is beating the shit out of someone else. But instead, she just sort of casually
opens the door first.
And I'm just okay, so why didn't she just do that? And this is a thing you see in every single cutscene with Ellie, holding out some person at gunpoint. There's always a fucking situation where the fucking is she gets thrown off because the game is cannot fathom any other way for her to
The game has to happen. So Ellie is dumb.
Yeah.
The only time she's smart with a gun is when you're Abby and you lose one of those quick time events. She actually kills Abby in a smart way. Yeah, I remember seeing a cutscene with Abby in the knife. I was thinking, why doesn't Ellie just stab Abby? And that's what she does in the game over part. Instead of just slashing her weakly, she stabs her in the fucking neck. Which she should be doing. It's dumb. Ellie is gimp.
I like how
for the game to happen.
I like how the fail states involve scenes that make sense.
Yeah, it's so funny, right? Yeah. Ellie is smart when she's
needed
when Abby has to die. So how will he poison the well here?
Popular, widely positioned. Even years before this disaster, certain subsets of so-called gamer culture were watching Druckmann with contemptuous suspicion. Downloadable content for the first game introduced the idea that Ellie, the young girl who comes of age in the original game, is a lesbian.
That's
the gameplay reveal trailer, meanwhile, featured an older Ellie kissing a girl.
That's not a problem.
That's not a problem. It's in line. She likes girls.
Okay,
That's not a problem.
So it would have
girls-
been more
girls-
awkward. It would have been more awkward if, like, unironically, so like she likes girls in the DLC, and then unironically in The Last of Us Part 2, she likes a guy, unironically. So that would have been more awkward. Like, sure, bisexuality is a thing, but it's not really built up. It's not really as what I call, like, say, presented well, as compared to like the DLC where it's like it does show her liking girls. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I hate that this guy's presenting that he's kind of like implying that guys don't like it because Abby's a lesbian and she's in love with a lesbian. I think that's what he's. Am I right? Did you watch this already? Is that what he's doing with this?
That's what I. But it's really my first time going deep into this video, and it's like that kind of comes off as like what he's presenting. Like, people hate Ellie for being a lesbian.
Bro. So dumb.
A girl, that word came down, would be explicitly Jewish in the game. The trailer also indicated that for at least some of the time that you would be playing,
I am Jewish for the record, and I'm more offended like how fucking big.
Even back in 2018, commenters like this on GameF.
Oh, I have a question for you. Did you actually play The Last of Us 2? And
me, no.
I just watch like
streams.
Did you watch the part where they're in the synagogue? I would like to.
And yeah, and you can't actually shoot the fucking you can't shoot the prayer books and shit. Yeah, and to me, there's just like this feeling like there's someone out there at the Naughty Dog studio who's like really nervous. So like,
if anything, I was really watching the PewDiePie streams because those were funny. I like how his first reaction when playing as Abby was trying to see what would happen if he killed himself.
But yeah, like someone at Naughty Dog Studios like, oh shit, I have to make sure that no one can hurt these fictional prayer books in this game, and it was just like it was like more funny the fact that they were just trying to be super sensitive about that.
Game FAQs warning. I wish they'd just.
Oh my god, game FAQs. It's like, God, you know,
the last time college.
Oh yeah, Boomstick BHG. Really like.
Also, game FAQs.
Oh wait, this is dishonest a bit.
I haven't used this site ever since I was 10 years old.
No, I just also want to point out, like, he is framing leaks that came out last year. But I think the citation he's using is 2018, right?
Yeah,
it's not a reaction from the same year. He could have gone in 4chan and found a random shit poster. Come on, would have been easier, bro. Come on, man. It's a little bit sneaky. Like, why would you just find a comment from 2 years ago when you just find a comment that's in 2020, right?
Yeah, it's always neat. It's always neat how they just look for these dishonest arguments.
Yeah. I mean, he
just
could
make
be an
games.
asshole. Like, Boomstick BHG could perfectly be an asshole. I could accept that here, like that possibility. But the way he framed it, like with the 2 years ago shot when he's talking about something that happened in 2020. I think that's a bit weird. In fact, a little bit dishonest.
Games and leave their agenda at home.
Come on, 2018. Come on, bro.
Yeah, 2018. This is way before the leaks. Also, if anything, it's funny. I notice how throughout half of the video, he didn't point out how the leaks of The Last of Us 2 caused it to be released earlier than usual.
Yeah.
Whereas, I guess it was like just peer pressure from social media, like for CD Projekt Red to just release the game. But it's like, yeah, notice how funny that is. That you didn't bring that up. The leaks.
Once upon a time, I had somebody that I cared about. And in this world, that sort of shit's good for one thing. Getting you killed.
And you're killed.
Many
I remember-
self-identified gamers had played the first Last of Us.
What was that? Sorry. Or can I continue?
No, I like that guy. The paranoid gay guy from the first game. I liked him. Just saying.
Of us and loved. But you see, that
Okay,
was
this
back
part
in
is where you're gonna
2013.
fucking laugh.
And what had happened
Okay.
between 2013 and 2018? Two related events.
Oh my
Gamergate
God.
And the
He's gonna
election
do
of
it.
Donald Trump.
No.
I heard some of your people calling him Lily.
For a long time, I didn't understand why he was questioning the laws.
Not political. It's just dumb.
I think we're done for the day, so you can fuck off.
He just took out like the whole dialogue between Alt and V and Johnny. Like there's more context to that.
Yeah, no, it gets worse.
It
But
gets
what else?
worse.
Yeah.
Like,
Really?
like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
argument
yeah,
between
like-
Alt and Johnny wasn't really that. The dialogue, at least, wasn't really that great. But you kind of understood where they were coming from.
Yeah, no, like
See,
I'll
I
point out the
thought-
worst part of it. But yeah, so this is the part where I would think that he's trying to like frame it like oh, see, John, this game is glorifying Johnny.
That this
It's
meant
like
something
he was a
that
bad
we're close,
person.
so close you can give me shit about everything I do?
Because he's just an asshole, right?
Got quite the imagination then.
What? I
Huh?
I don't understand. I
It's related. Huh?
I
The fuck? I'm sorry. What's happening?
what?
Oh, this is weird.
Gamergate was a movement ostensibly
Oh God, no! What are you doing?
Why is Gamergate here?
Yeah, it gets worse.
It does. But it should stop by this point, right?
Why are you talking about Gamergate in the year of our Lord?
Why are you talking about
2021?
Gamergate, bro?
Like, shit.
No, there are two related events: Gamergate and the election of Donald Trump. A bunch of people arguing about video games definitely got this president elected.
I wasn't even aware this fucking Gamergate thing fucking existed until it was brought to my attention. Like when I started being active in like Rag's server. Fucking God, Jesus Christ.
ostensibly about ethics games journalism, but debatably really about driving women, non-whites, non-straight, cis people, and progressives out of the gaming sphere. Gamergate was an attempt to
How is this related to Cyberpunk and The Last of Us 2?
I don't
It's
know.
How?
Okay, you know, like that crazy guy who who like circles all things in red and draws the line. That's what he's doing right now.
It feels
Oh.
like that. It really does. Like,
Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I wanna just do something a little bit quickly. Da, 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 da.
wow.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
What is happening?
I don't.
Like, literally, guys, I'm scared. Wait, what are you talking about Gamergate?
I don't know.
Mom?
I don't know.
Mom, he's talking about Gamergate! Mom, people have moved on. Why is he talking about gamers? This is so weird. Can I just say it's very strange that he's talking about this? Is that a fair thing to say at this point?
Oh, yes. I can't even like the next part and the part after are these are the worst parts of the video. I think. I can't remember.
So it gets
There
worse.
you go. There we go. Check out the stream if you guys are curious.
Gets worse. Christ.
This is basically what he's going on right now. This is basically what's happening. God, fucking Gamergate. I don't. Jesus Christ. Why Gamergate? I don't understand the connection.
I don't understand.
Actually, let me share it in the group chat. Here we go. This is basically what's happening right now.
Like a Photoshop of that. Don't you see it's all connected?
It's all Gamergate. It always leads back to Gamergate.
It all comes back to Gamergate.
So silly.
Rescue capital G gamer culture from those at the gates who sought to see the medium and industry grow. Much as Trump came to power pledging to make America great again, Gamergate wanted also to roll back the clock to an era when straight, cis, white men were still the center of the universe.
You're even lying about what started Gamergate, you fact. Oh,
No,
I can't say that.
yeah, it's-
No.
Just say gay word. You can just say gay word.
No, I'm just saying, it's not what kicked off Gamergate was some bitch sleeping around to get good reviews for her game.
No.
It's not that deep, bro.
Yeah, it was the fact that she cheated on him, and like her boyfriend was like depressed to the point of almost committing suicide. So he wrote a whole blog about it to warn other people about her, and somehow that went over everyone's fucking heads because he was just trying to warn people about her. But instead, yeah.
Amazing that you're still sticking to that story, right?
And it's like 2014. What are you talking about it? It's like people really try to bring something that happened in like just within the year of 2014. Didn't even expand up to like 2015, 2016. It was just all happened within 2014. Fuck, man.
Damn, them Gamergate conspiracy theorists getting that bread.
Trump and former head of the right-wing outlet Breitbart News, Steve Bannon, not so coincidentally, was deeply involved.
I still don't see how Bannon's related to this Gamergate.
You know that meme with the guy and like, yeah, that guy was there.
Exactly, he's that fucking guy right now.
Does he know how retarded he sounds at this point?
I don't know.
Like if you look in the comments, you'll see where I he said, yeah, he literally thinks that Gamergate led to the election of Donald Trump.
In both movements.
I mean,
to quote USA Today, he said that when it comes to the millions of malcontents who flocked to this reactionary anti-inclusivity movement, you can activate that army. They come in through Gamergate or whatever, and then get turned on to politics and Trump. Harnessing this pent-up, what philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche would have called resign.
Oh, he's citing Nietzsche. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Also, it's really fun.
Oh god, I'm just.
And it's also really, really funny the fact that he's like citing Steve Bannon, like a guy who is considered. Yeah, right. Like a fucking like the fucking like right wing people that he probably hates, and like he's citing them probably the most.
Like this is all such an intriguing discussion and all, but I don't see how it's connected with the quality of Cyberpunk.
Yeah, I don't also like reach.com, like Halo Reach, like that meme. Hey bro, what a reach. What is happening, guys? I'm scared. Like, so fucking weird.
I was not expecting this.
Yeah, I wasn't. Me too. I was like,
wait till he gets to the wait till he gets to the memes.
Oh, memes are the poison. Did he not? Memes are the modern warfare, as they say in the Metal Gear Solid 2 game. Like memes. Memes are
You need
soul. The soul. Yeah, yeah. It's that. It's that line. The soul is in the memes. It's so stupid. Oh my god, it's kind of stupid.
Ressentiment was crucial to Trump and the alt-right's
Oh,
rise in
ressentiment.
popularity.
Oh, my bad. Resentiment is ressentiment. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that shit.
Among young
My bad. But
gamers.
ressentiment. I mean, he sounds so pretentious.
Ressentiment.
He sounds so fucking. I just
I
say it as resentiment. I just say it as resentiment, bro.
I mean, I just call it resentment. It's just resentment.
No, I think it's like a. I think it's a proper term in Nietzsche. Let me just resentment.
I still don't understand how it's connected to Cyberpunk.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. Yeah, it's like a proper philosophical term. But I don't say it in such a fucking. I don't know. It sounds so pretentious in my personal opinion. Kind of sounds like a douchebag is talking about it. Is it French?
Ressentiment is not resentment. It's a resentment in the face of impotence, of powerlessness. It was this same newly solidified block of ressentiment within gaming culture that took one look at the leaks of The Last of Us 2 completely out of context and went ballistic.
I mean,
worse.
I feel like the
Context
leaks
makes
were
it
better.
worse.
I feel like the leaks were better without the context. The context made
Yeah,
it worse.
Context makes it worse because the little girl there's a girl pleading to Abby to stop killing her father figure, the guy in front of her. Something that happened to her in the past. And you know what she does? She fucking kills him anyway, right? And it doesn't even occur to this bitch that girl will come after her and hunt her down. Later in the game, when that happens, she acts so fucking surprised. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, I got mad.
I like how
really mad.
I like how she's like, so after everything, you still chase after me?
Yes, bitch. Like she's acting so shocked. I did you a favor, and you're hunting me down. Like, shut the fuck up. Like,
I let you live.
You wasted it. No, actually, you wasted it because now all your friends are dead.
yeah, that's her life, and you wasted it. Like, do you know how fucking entitled you sound, and how this is what irks me about people defending The Last of Us 2 and using empathy as their go-to reason. Abby has no fucking empathy.
Yeah, if anything, she's psychotic.
Yeah, if anything, she's like she couldn't comprehend that the situation that happened to her when she was young could come back and bite her in the ass down the line. It doesn't occur to her. It's so funny. The lesson in The Last of Us 2 is not empathy. The lesson in The Last of Us 2 is, if you're gonna take revenge, kill everyone in the fucking room. That's the lesson of The Last of Us 2.
Yeah,
it's not empathy.
Otherwise, you don't push through with your revenge and you lose your fingers.
So just remember, like when like Owen is the one who like stops them from like killing Ellie and Tommy. So like Owen's moral compass is, okay, this guy we tricked into coming here, showed up his kneecap, torture him, and okay, don't kill his brother and a daughter figure who are clearly going to want to get in later on in the game, who doesn't want to kill some guy who's actually asking to be killed. And betrays his fucking superior officer.
He doesn't want to kill. He doesn't want to kill the guy who apparently has a sniper rifle with infinite ammo.
It's so dumb.
Because Dog stayed silent on the matter, it was these agitators who were given complete free reign over shaping the narrative around the game for two.
What I'm talking about, he's
What do you
poisoning
mean? What do you mean silence? They literally tried to. They literally took down leaks of the game and filed copyright claims on anyone who was talking about the claims. Despite being fair, despite going over fair use laws. It's like They were silent? No. If anything, taking down videos says a lot.
Yeah.
And also, they rushed out the game because of the leaks.
Yeah.
How is that silence? It's so weird.
2 entire months prior to its release. By the time the actual game debuted in June, a consensus had already solidified online. The Last of Us 2 was everything that Gamergate was born to destroy, or so people were convinced.
What? Okay. Wait. It's one thing to talk about Gamergate. It's quite another thing to say that the reaction of people online to the leaks of The Last of Us 2 is because of Gamergate. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
right?
result of Gamergate.
You gotta explain it more than just say it, right? That's kind of like a big deal. Like, how do you know that each and every individual reaction is the Gamergate reaction?
Yeah, you have to go through every single reaction and ask every single person, and like, there's no fucking way to quantify that.
Do you hate this game because you're a Gamergate asshole, or you just don't like what they did to Joel? It's so like, right? It's not.
Or you don't like any of the characters they're trying to force you to like. Sorry, Weekend, you're getting choppy.
Oh, Weekend's oh wait, never mind. No.
Weekend?
Yeah. What?
Oh.
I'm saying, it's just like, come on, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, it's so okay. I'll just say one more thing.
Okay, go.
Fine. It's since I'm really triggered. Yeah, I think it's I'm really triggered. It's kind of disingenuous to frame everyone's reaction online as like some Gamergate ressentiment piece of shit, right? It's unfair to people who have legitimate criticisms about The Last of Us 2. There might be some Gamergate asshole. Okay, like even going with the possibility that there's a Gamergate asshole out there that went, oh, I hate women, that's why I hate The Last of Us 2, and they put women on the pedestal in this game. It is
also
ignoring every other reaction that came from it.
It's also just unfair to like people who have been attached to Joel, who have had no idea that Gamergate was a thing, because I only knew about Gamergate in like 2018 or 2019, if anything. So, and then like having these criticisms about the game, and then it's like being labeled as like a Gamergate asshole. Like what?
I mean, it's really funny because like there's no way. There's no fucking way to like say if someone is for part of Gamergate or not, because it's a boogeyman. They just made a boogeyman. Like it's like basically it was like, oh, the Jews are behind it all.
He does go with that route, right? Like he points out that what's the forgettable love interest's name? What's that?
Dina.
What's that? Yeah, Dina. Yeah, Dina. He goes like, Dina, who's Jewish? Like he goes like that. Come on, bro. Like, oh my god.
At the very least, it was a terrible piece of writing, many people thought, even though they had yet to actually play the full game and in the right context.
First off, if you're... This has already been established. You don't need to play the game to criticize the story, as long as you consume the story one way or another. Maybe, like, honestly, the best way is through Let's Plays, because at least there, you have a better idea of the story. Now, because otherwise, if you at least watch the Let's Plays, I think that's fair when you can criticize the story. You don't need to play the game in order to criticize the story. You just need to have somehow consumed the story.
You know, it's a narrative-based game. If you want me to read the narrative, then I'll read the narrative.
Yeah. Like, in my in my case of what's this? Uh, let's actually compare it to Cyberpunk. In terms of gameplay, the story, it's easy to criticize the story of Cyberpunk, provided that you've at least you've at least watched Let's Plays of the main story, or you've seen streamers go through the lore of Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Now, understanding how the game mechanics of Cyberpunk work and what it's like to actually fight against certain enemies, you're not going to get that through Let's Plays. And if anything, you're best left to experience that by playing the game. And that's kind of where I draw my many criticisms of the game, honestly, through like how the game plays. Not really through the writing, because if anything, the writing is solid.
Before, game had only targeted individual writers, journalists, and public figures, nearly all of them women. The Last of Us 2 marked the turning point when Gamergate finally moved from being...
Sorry?
The fact that like the side that he's like defending here are the same type that criticize Quiet's design without even paying attention to the story. And so I just think it's really funny that
Does he like Quiet?
Yeah, dude, he made so many Metal Gear Solid 5 videos. Like he's just like his channel was basically Metal Gear Solid like lore incarnate before he made this video.
From being anti-new kinds of gamers and writers to just anti-new games. Anyone who praises this game will even today come under at least some attack. Attack by people.
It's not an attack, maybe it's a criticism.
True.
Right?
By people who not only like it, but dislike anyone else liking it too.
And you should totally listen to those people because they are
you can like the game
well-rounded, sensible individuals.
You can like the game however you want, but notice how most of the people who were criticized often have very weird points. Like say Donkey. Or the time when they had like their discussion, their TLOU2 discussion with the internet janitor. Like how they brought up how some of his points were weird. Like how he was talking about like how one time where, oh, the game is being talked about so much. Isn't that a good thing? But then it's like, no, it's not always the case.
Yeah, I mean, just because you have a discussion doesn't mean that. Yeah, it's just a weird thing.
But back during E3 2018, when it came to all this controversial content that would be in The Last of Us Part 2, players were none the wiser. Instead of telling us much about the story, Naughty Dog's gameplay trailer showcased instead their upcoming title's impressive enemy AI, its graphics, and, well, as you might expect, its gameplay.
Yeah. Should praise the AI.
But as captivating as this trailer was, The Last of Us 2's
Yeah, cinematic gameplay.
Yeah.
Preview was overshadowed somewhat by that unbelievable 48 minutes of, as CD Projekt Red called it, Cyberpunk 2077's gameplay demo. What looked like scripted and unscripted player emergent sequences to flow together.
How was that E3 demo of The Last of Us 2 not scripted? And if anything, this is still fairly. And if anything, this is still fairly accurate to the final product, albeit you don't have that much weapon destruction. You still have the option of, if you draw out the fight long enough, Jackie will tackle down the guy with the machine gun. Otherwise,
they're both scripted because they both have to meet a time limit for the demo.
Yeah.
So a certain amount of stuff is predetermined to happen.
Together seamlessly. Incredible features and game mechanics that had never been seen before were showcased, seeming to prove that, while as the disclaimer quietly warned, the final game would be subject to change, CD Projekt Red apparently had already completed a working build with functional, flawless-looking gameplay that just looked like the greatest game ever.
Didn't this build only... I have a question though. Didn't this build only work on PC? And the reason for their delays was because the game couldn't work on like the whole consoles.
Surprised. But I just love how hyperbolic he is. Like, it looks like the greatest thing ever. Like who? According to who, dude? Who?
Yeah, you'll need to cite sources for that. But also, looking back at like the delays of Cyberpunk, I always find it funny how it's like releasing console ports first and then releasing PC ports later is fine, but then you can't. But then for whatever reason, it's against Sharia law to release the PC ports first and then the console ports later.
Yeah, right.
It's so weird to me. Like why? Like indie games. What is it with like these AAA games where it's like, it's against the Bible. You are a sinner for releasing a PC port first and then a console port later. I don't understand that.
It's all about like appealing to the mass market and it's kind of turned, and so I don't know why. So they always try to focus on console market first. Anyway, let's continue. Because we're getting to the part where I got broke.
Like, it gets worse. It gets worse, bro. It does.
Yeah.
Because if anything, I'm happy that I'm really happy if anything that indie games never get the same level of attention that they get compared to like AAA games. Because then it's like it allows them to really work on their product, on their craft. And I'm happy that, like, say, Path of Exile was primarily exclusively just on PC, and if anything, primarily exclusively on Windows. Now it's out on, and throughout years of refinement of their engine, it's now on Xbox, it's now on PS4, and they're making like Mac and Linux ports, I think, and they're even trying to make a mobile version of Path of Exile. Like, the point is, it's like you at least you have, if they focus on like one port first and then they eventually focus on others, it allows them to make the product better, and eventually it becomes more accessible. I don't see what's wrong with that. It's so weird to me.
So weird. It is pretty weird when you put it that way. All right.
Game ever. But it was at this same press event that CD Projekt Red also made public a screenshot from the game, where an in-game ad was seen featuring a trans woman with a bulging erection. It was for a soft drink called Chromanticore. This portmanteau combines chromosome, as in X or Y, and manticore, the name of a mythic beast made of an assemblage of other beings' parts. And according to the artist responsible, that image is precisely what, in Cyberpunk 2077, you would be fighting against.
Okay, this is where I got super pissed. Because, as you can tell, he leaves out like the huge paragraph that's above that part. And I'm just going to post it right here with like the important parts highlighted.
Ooh. Actually, let me screen cap this. Let me screen cap this, and then I'm going to, let's see, let's open Paint. That way I can get the audience involved. Crop. This is the proper context, is it? This the whole context?
Yeah, there's some there's parts like in between in the article. These are the whole quote.
I will save this then as whole context. Now,
click the
properties, whole context. There we go. Now let me just zoom it up a little bit. Oh, too much. There we go. So, here's how it goes. Let me just, there we go. Personally, for me, this person is sexy. I like how this person looks. However, this model is used their beautiful body is used for corporate reasons. They are displayed they're displayed there just as a thing. And that's the terrible part of it. They create those very aggressive advertisements that use and abuse a lot of people's needs and instincts. So hypersexualization is apparent everywhere, and in our ads there are many examples of hypersexualized women, hypersexualized men, and hypersexualized people in between, Redisuke said. It was a conscious choice on our end to show that in this world, a world where you are cyberpunk, a person fighting against corporations, that advertisement is what you're fighting against.
So, yeah, the context is that you're fighting against the expectation of people.
So
it takes up that context, huh?
Yeah.
Only a month after this image gained some controversy among game journalists online, the official Cyberpunk 2077 Twitter account responded to a fan saying, "I want more, guys," with an anti-trans and anti-progressive meme. Did you just assume their gender?
Yeah,
it's a joke, bro. It's a joke, bro. Get over yourself.
Oh God.
All right, and here's the article just in case you wanted to check it out. But yeah, like this part right here also is like, oh yeah, so obviously they had to be transphobic because they were making a joke, and not to mention that they apologized.
Fucking get like, I hate how it's like they want to be treated like everyone else, but at the same time be so.
They want to be treated
sort of
specially.
class. Like it doesn't. Yeah.
Funnily enough, if you read like the Cyberpunk 2020 lore book, that's actually what causes the fall of civilization in the story.
That everyone wants to have their own place.
Yep. Just update. I also added the link of the article into the stream, into the description of the stream. That way it's easy for people to catch it. Now.
2 months later, CD Projekt Red's storefront, Good Old Games, tweeted a picture from an edgy...
And here's another one of those red lines in the conspiracy chart.
Did you really just draw Postal 2 to Cyberpunk 2077? What? Also, Postal 2 has nothing to do with, like, CD Projekt Red. They didn't even make the game. The whole point of, like, the story GOG, because it's short for Good Old Games, is to sell old games that are now compatible with modern age software. Jesus Christ!
Games journalism. Oh, come on, get over yourself. Is he a journalist?
I know, but everyone was joking. I was like, "Hey guys, you really want a job at Kotaku?"
Yeah.
The title named TLOU2, showing in first-person mode someone peeing on a grave, marked games journalism. Keep in mind that the Gamergate movement ostensibly targeted games journalists and was about so-called ethics in games journalism. The same social media manager behind this tweet had recently also promoted the storefront by using a hashtag about the Trump administration's attempt to strip transgender people of legal protection by
I have no
altering
idea
the government.
what this is because he doesn't have.
Yeah, where are we going with this?
I have no idea what.
I don't know anything about this. I also don't.
Yeah, me too.
Like, sure, it could be maybe it might be ill-favored, but it's like, it's not. I don't see how exactly that makes you right-leaning. Like, for all you know, like, have you never heard about, like, people who learn swear words just as a way to learn English? Like, that's not rare.
English is the only human language ever.
Government's definition of sex. The Good Old Games storefront, by the way, had made a name for itself.
He's using, like, dangerous sounding music. Can you guys hear that?
Yeah.
funny. It's just funny to me. He's really trying hard.
It's very serious. Yeah.
I was still.
Ever CD Projekt Red's previous, very well-selling and critically acclaimed game, The Witcher 3, for selling digital rights management or DRM-free software, which gave them a reputation of being consumer, that is to say, gamer-friendly.
Oh,
I know.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, he's really going for like he's just drawing all lines.
I don't think it's only gamers who want DRM free content. I'm pretty sure that anyone who enjoys a certain media hate DRM. Like, you look at, like, say, audiophile market, for example. They don't, as much as possible, they don't go to Spotify. If anything, they buy their files. They either get vinyl records or they buy online FLAC files of songs that they like, because it's higher quality audio. Like, Jesus.
I know that to many of you listening, gamer is an innocent word, but you have to keep in mind that it is, frankly, often used as a dog whistle.
Frankly,
who uses it as a dog whistle?
Like, imagine thinking of this.
You don't want to imagine thinking that.
Jesus.
Gamer comes with a certain set of expectations, of definitions. It implies
You are the
a
one
traditional
doing that.
gamer, a classic gamer,
I'm sorry,
someone invested in the.
Like, he's the one that is putting bad connotations to gamers. When I think of gamer, it's just a guy for girls since this is 2000 that just likes to play video games, right?
Yeah.
He's the one, like, hinting and putting passive aggressive tones to gamers. He's the guy that's doing that. See, consumers, gamers, like, and then a gamer is a bad person. Like, you're the guy that has problems, bro, not me. I'm just playing Fate Grand Order while I'm listening to my friends as we shit on your video. Come on.
Like, imagine putting a negative connotation on, like, consumers. On consumers.
Yeah, like that's
consumer for you.
Like, in my job, if I somehow end up putting a negative connotation on consumers, and, like, my bosses would notice that, they'd fire me on the spot. Like, why?
A consumer.
Hater, bro. You just hate.
Con means bad.
Yeah, gotcha.
In the old school culture of games. And it is to this audience that, unlike Naughty Dog, CD Projekt Red have tried to cater to.
Oh
yeah,
never tried that's just online.
Naughty Dog's never tried to cater to anybody.
All those things online.
All the time they posted fucking Chloe and Nadine in, like, in wedding outfits from the Tumblr posts. They never catered to anybody.
Years later, just before Cyberpunk 2077 finally, after multiple delays, debuted, the first journalist to give it a mediocre review score, a woman, was instantly attacked.
Wait. Okay, first off, 7 out of 10. I would not exactly call that mediocre. If anything, it's good. It's not great, but it's good. Also, wasn't this journalist criticized for not even playing the game?
Yeah.
I can't remember if it's this one or a different one, but I mean, it's just like, it's besides the fucking point. Like, you're gonna get this for every single thing. I'm pretty sure you could find it for Last of Us 2. People who were harassing people gave it a low score.
Also,
like, I mean,
many people were criticizing, like, the flashing lights for the brain dances. Like, maybe it's because I'm at a more comfortable. My monitors are set up in a comfortable perspective, which I'm assuming that most people would do. But the flashing lights, they weren't as bad as people made it out to be.
they were previewed, so I mean, people were acting like they put them in intentionally to fuck with people. Like it was completely born out of proportion. Like I'm not denying it. It's possible that there are people who got hurt about it, but at the same time, they're playing a fucking Cyberpunk game. Should they be paying in the first place?
Like, yeah, that's actually the thing. A lot of video games, by their very nature, tend to have flashing lights. So anything that's involving flashing lights, like special effects, gunfire, explosions, flashbangs in military-based games or military-based shooters. Like, if you didn't get any strokes from there, why would you get strokes from Cyberpunk? I don't.
All right,
I don't.
Steve, we're only 14 minutes left.
Yeah, we should be finishing this because we're already 3 hours 20 minutes into the stream.
Online by hordes of fans who had never actually played the game. But within days, not even most capital G gamers could deny she wasn't wrong. Cyberpunk 2077 plays nothing like that so-called gameplay trailer that was unveiled in 2018. Nor does it feature, unlike the ads that are actually currently...
He's not gonna explain, bro. He's not gonna explain it. He's just gonna be snarky and saying,
"Where's the gameplay footage?"
That is in the game, actually.
You can use it. It's very easy to use gameplay footage.
No, but he's not gonna do it. He's not gonna. He's just gonna say in a smug way that none of that is in the game. He's been doing that all video.
Currently playing around the world, shooting from your vehicle or riding on subways.
Well, technically you can, but you actually have to be you can't be driving at the same time. Otherwise, you know, you'd be fucking suicidal. Like, yeah, I can understand being disappointed with like things not being in the game. But to be fair, there is some stuff, some cut content that not having in the final product would make sense. And also, that was a cinematic trailer. Why would you expect cinematic trailers?
Yeah, I know. It's weird.
Like, this isn't Devil May Cry, where they actually put into like their in-game cutscenes to show off things that you can do in the game.
I can't ride a missile all the way up the tower in-game.
I mean, okay, that was the only thing. But otherwise, in Devil May Cry 3, early on in like the first cutscene of the game, the first mission of the game, they show off like being able to ride on demons like skateboards and shit like that.
You can do that in the game, but I was just talking about the part where like he jumps on the missile and then flies up all the way to the tower. But I mean, it's just only in a cutscene, obviously.
Yeah, and that's only like at the end of the mission, the end of the mission 2, I think, where you're fighting Cerberus.
During development, CD Projekt Red quietly altered its declared genre from RPG to action-adventure.
The cut Spider-Bot gameplay. I don't see how this is this fun. This
yeah,
thing.
How are they honest? Like, and there's look at all the things that are there that they're saying are not in the game. Like,
yeah.
How is this?
Look at how open they are with like. Look at how open they are with what's being cut. If anything, this builds good faith. Which is kind of why I didn't understand. Which is kind of why I still don't understand why they didn't bother not launching the game in consoles altogether. Because they had this streak.
Sure. But in its current, severely limited, cut-back state, the game is nothing like it was marketed.
This really comes off as like PlayStation 4 or Xbox 360 ports. Because it's like, there is no... Even from like my RX 570, the game didn't look that bad. And it looked even better when I had like my RX 5600 XT. But even with an RX 570, it wasn't that bad. Unless somehow an RX 570 is a high-end card.
Marketed as. In fact, it was so unplayable on base PS4s that Sony pulled it offline and had to automate the refund process due to the volume of requests. Even on PC, while often visually stunning, Cyberpunk 2077, compared to its legend, is a bland, run-of-the-mill GTA, Fallout, and Watch Dogs clone with looter-shooter elements.
This is always... Here's the thing. This has always been such a silly comparison to me. Guys, you hear?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
This has always been such a silly comparison to me, comparing GTA to like Cyberpunk. Because the thing is, they're both open world, but the thing is, Cyberpunk is more story heavy and really is more reliant on fixed interaction, on fixed places. In a sense, it's always the same city, and it's still a livable city. It's still, even as you're exploring, there's something about the city where it still feels alive. Whereas in GTA, it's more, everything is really randomly generated, if anything. Or the interactions are really randomly generated. It's really just more about doing whatever. Actually, no, I'm not really portraying the difference properly, am I?
I don't quite get what you mean.
It's hard to work. It's hard. It's really hard for me right now to phrase it, because like, as someone who did play, I think my last GTA was San Andreas as like a kid. Comparing that to like Cyberpunk, it is very different.
GTA 5. I could see the comparison, but to call it just a generic clone, it's like you didn't play the game.
Yeah, it's very disingenuous. It's very different, especially with how stealth works, with how like, or even with how like modding works.
I mean, it's not a perfect game. It's not, but it's very dismissive.
Yeah.
Like he really, I went to his channel and I just find it funny that he made like a concession video. Yeah, I think I mentioned it earlier, but it's still funny. Like, what are the good things about Cyberpunk? Like, it's a bit too late.
It's so
for you to do this, bro.
That's so stupid. This is no different from like people who used to make videos of, oh, these are the goods. This is why consoles are better than PCs, and then they make a new video. This is why PCs are better than consoles. It's like, what are you doing? Like, either apologize for it or like just don't switch sides.
Or shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
There are no flying cars, no wall running.
Hold on. First off, I don't remember in Cyberpunk, I don't remember any of the gameplay trailers in Cyberpunk about them promoting flying cars.
Yeah, I don't either.
Like, I still and sure, in the gameplay trailer and like those gameplay demos that they had, they talked about how the way that you would be accessing the cameras were different compared to the final product. But at least in the final product, you're still doing the things that they promised, although lacking. Like here, you still have access to all these cameras. And if you have the proper if you have like the proper quick hacks, you can make them commit suicide. You can make enemies commit suicide. So there's always that.
Not much actual sex, no drugs, and very little gadgets. The oh so important.
Okay.
I still find it funny that where's the sex? Where's the mature content? I find it funny, man. This is so weird. This whole video is just weird.
Also, it's very awkward when it's very awkward to really have like sex scenes in a first-person perspective. I still don't understand why people are so up about it when it's really the game. Like, did you hear recently about how there's this mod to make the game play in a third-person perspective? And then when you play in the when you play in like the third person perspective, they notice how jank the animations look for V. It's almost like they really had the game with the first person perspective in mind. And it's like they had like these cutscenes of like being in third person, but it's just awkward to implement. They didn't bother pushing through with it in the final product because it's just awkward to implement.
To include.
Was there anything you guys wanted to add?
I just burped. Sorry.
Okay.
Include full nudity character is basically irrelevant, and pretty much everything that we saw in that gameplay trailer isn't part of any gameplay. The game contributes little to the cyberpunk genre, except trying to turn it against its newest fans, trans people. It's a game set in...
What?
No, he's continuing on the disingenuous thing he said. Like, this is what you're fighting for without the proper context. Also, which is funny because he's defending the Last of Us 2's death scene.
I also find it funny how he's trying to present
context. It's just funny.
I also find it how he's trying to present it without context when you can clearly see the context in the gameplay footage. Beat on the brat, Rancho Coronado. Defeat Rhino. Seems like you're fighting Rhino. Seems like it's a fist fight. Looks like it's a boxing match that you're in.
Set in 2077, where you're still driving cars in a still sunny Southern California, where it's really actually more like the 1980s.
Oh wait! I just want to comment. I think one of the designers said that they don't want they want the day and night cycle for their Cyberpunk game. That's why there's sun.
Yeah, there is a day and night cycle. Albeit sometimes it comes off as abrupt because it's like, so you're in one area that's like really rainy, and then all of a sudden it's really, really sunny. There is, but sometimes it's abrupt.
I just think it's a weird nag against the game for it to have a day and night cycle.
Yeah.
Right? It's like parts of it are gonna be like simulating the real world, and it's not gonna be dark all the time unless you want the sun to be destroyed so that you're in perpetual night. Is that what you want? Anyway.
Climate change sometime.
Or unless you also want us to believe that everything that happens in the game is in the span of one day.
Yeah.
Sometimes, if rare mentioned, is invisible beneath the pleasant beach weather and sunshine. Japan somehow is taking over the world again in the game, like America feared it would at the end of the...
That's the background of the story, if you pay attention to the lore.
Yeah, the Arasaka... I like how it just undermines how powerful the Arasaka Corporation is in the story.
Yeah, it's like, that's the backstory. The backstory is Arasaka is basically like president of the world. Like, they're basically running the show.
Yeah, and that's why in the main story, Johnny Silverhand is particularly against the Arasaka Corporation. Sure, he hates all the other corporations, but he hates Arasaka the most because they have the most control.
It's just funny that he's mad at the fictional game not being
the 20th century. And inexplicably, Night City, as a result, is fully Japanified. Just as much...
No, it's not! Night City is not fully Japanified, and if anything, that's just the Cherry Road Market. The Cherry Blossoms Market.
Yeah, no, he backtracks on this hard in the next video.
I don't want to watch that.
Yeah, we're not watching it.
He's lost my good face.
No,
like how can you expect me to watch your other videos with this like just bad faith arguments?
Blatant lying.
Just as much of the technology, despite the odd stray mention of, say, rogue neural network AIs, is surprisingly late 20th century as well. You have to go home to read email, for example.
Okay, that's fair. No. Is there like a cell phone?
You have access
the cell phone yet. If there's a cell phone.
You have the cell phone button to, and most of the time.
No, there's a wait. There's a journal, right? And they're
Yeah, you have a
Oh
journal.
yeah, I remember a mission where you reply. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I was walking in the street and then some girl messaged me for like an open world quest. Like she's a quest giver. You can reply to the email immediately when you receive it.
Also, the only time you actually have to use your PC in your apartment is during this quest to look for this Swedish guy. But it's like that's only one instance. That's the only instance in the game where you actually have to be in your apartment to use it.
Also, like the fun fact that he's saying, "Oh, this game looks mid 20th century." Does he not know what retrofuturism is? Like in like the digital game like Cyberpunk 2013.
Yeah, it's so silly how people don't take this into account. Like Fallout, like all these games are retrofuturism. Basically, how we see the future.
And like he plays Fallout, I was like, well, that's not what the future looks like. Oh, gee.
Conceptually, mechanically, and narratively, Cyberpunk 2077, in other words, is nothing new, except for when it comes to the mendacity and audacity of its naughty, dog-whistling developers.
Bro, he totally is ignoring the context of it, right? That's supposed to be a bad thing.
Yeah, he's ignoring the context of every single of like the nature of the quests that you deal with. There's like the thing is, Cyberpunk does a lot of stuff to show how it's not a pleasant world, aside from like these stupid ads. It does so much more.
So what's the payoff for all that dog whistling? A game that doesn't actually have much to say, that tries to pander to both sides. For lefties, the game can...
After this video. Wait, I disagree with that. I think the core message of the game was like really spoiled in the prologue where you talk to Dexter. Like, if you're gonna live your life, will you be a pleb or will you go down in a blaze of glory? I think that's the theme of the game. Is that fair to say?
It's like, how do you want to live life? It's like,
yeah. Do you wanna die fighting and be remembered, or you just want to be like a nobody? You have a comfortable life. That's basically the question.
And it's also like it's about who are you as a person, because that's really the conflict. It's like V is trying to rush through time to get rid of the chip because he doesn't want Johnny to take over his body. And it's like, why does he care about... And specifically, why does he care about Johnny not wanting to take over his body? Because he doesn't want his existence removed. Because that's what happens when the moment that Johnny will completely take over his body. He will see V's personality will just cease to exist. Ooh. Okay. Was this voice in the radio needed to do something? Has to do something. He said that he'll be back in 5 minutes. If you don't mind, I need to use the bathroom again. So let's do a quick break first.
I'm gonna go to bed after in a few, but I'll try to stick around.
Man. Oh, how does he? Since we're not gonna be watching the video, Quiz, how does he say? How does he backpedal in the other one? Like, what does he do?
Well, he says that he likes how each part of Night City is designed differently and whatnot, and so it's like it's like everything he says in the third video is not controversial except for like one thing that's kind of stupid. But like here he's like saying like, oh, it's all Japanified. Like, well, no, it's not. It's just one part of the city.
Why does he have to do this?
Alright, I am back. You know, if anything, I'd also like to add, due to like the nature of the side quests, because you have side quest storylines with important characters. You have some like for Rogue, for Panem, for Judy. And depending on how you complete them, and then by the time you finish the main story, they end up having like different ways of they end up saying different things to you, calling to you, leaving different voice messages for you depending on how you complete their storylines, or if you complete them at all. Because it's like, if anything, it also adds to the theme. What matters more? Like, how important? It's like, what was I about to say? Is it more important to just be important to everyone, or to be significant to everyone, or does it matter more to be significant to the people you care about? Because the quest lines are also designed in that way. Because what ends up happening is you build a bond with these characters. You build a bond with Carrie Eurodine. You build a bond with River Ward. You build a bond with Judy. You build a bond with Panem. You build a bond with Panem. Like, and it's also the thing about this. I bring it up a lot of times, but a lot of these quests are designed to be are designed in a way that they leave a lot of room for open interpretation on how you understand things, on how you react to how you react to things in the game, how you react to quests, how you can choose to interact with them, how you can choose to respond. And it seems silly to say that the game doesn't have much to say. And it's like, it kind of does. It kind of points out how messed up a cyberpunk
kind of
world.
Like, he had to ignore the story of the game to say that the game is bad. Seems like that.
It really does come off like that. Oh, sorry, you were gonna say?
I was just saying, yeah, it's just like the Arasaka ending alone, like, I don't know, you could just write paragraphs and paragraphs about that. Like, it just it hit me really hard. Because it was like just all about, like, I mean, either you have the freedom of either you're free and you're gonna die in 6 months, or you're you live forever, but you're basically gonna losing all your freedom. And it's like, and that's corporations in a nutshell. Like, we make that choice. Like, we choose the safer path.
And also, like, the way that you choose to go to the Arasaka Tower. It's like, are you willing to put your friends on the line? Are you willing to put or if you somehow get the secret ending, are you willing to just do it on your own?
I suppose I need to get that one, I guess. But yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, because like in Panem's ending, there's a certain character who dies, and so it was like, okay, let me try to do the other ending because I don't want him to die. And then, like, yeah, sure enough, he's in one of those like ending phone calls, and I was just like, yeah.
Right? Anyway, let's see.
Bro, Gamergate. Just a Gamergate apologist.
I still don't understand how Gamergate is connected. It's like, God. He put in so much effort.
He hasn't brought it up at all. After what he said, he hasn't brought it up.
He put so much effort into like the Gamergate bit, and it's like, I'm still not seeing it.
It's not there. It's making shit up.
It's so crazy.
It's cringe.
Oof. Anyway, let me check first. Well, Voice hasn't I don't think Voice has come back yet. We might still want to wait out.
Yeah.
So, in the meantime, you got any future content in the works? Weekend Warrior?
Yeah, I have. I'm finishing it. I hope I can get it out this month, because I have not been updating the channel in a while. and I'm kind of embarrassed. But I've been busy with life stuff.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, it's been a while since I've uploaded reviews. Although, at least I'm also working on other side content. Although it's for this fighting game community I'm in, but it's content. Although let's talk about Cyberpunk. It really is making me think about whether I should do a video on Cyberpunk, because I feel like there is a good discussion to be had about. There is an interesting discussion to be had about Cyberpunk in terms of like the story, the quality of the gameplay.
Yeah, I think so.
And also just bring up the fact that about like the whole launch of it, the whole launch of the game, because there really is a better way that it could have been handled. Because I think it's fair to say that launching the game on PS4 and Xbox 360 and the Xbox One, it was impossible. It's impossible, really.
Yeah, right now they shouldn't have. I think part of them got greedy. I think.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
greedy,
mind another delay.
It's either greedy or just outright complacent, because they did so much to, like,
they got so much goodwill.
Yeah, they had so much goodwill, and then the way that they were talking about how they removed cut content, that was a good thing, because like, yeah, it sucks that it's not going to be in the final product, but at least you were open about it. I don't see. And then it's like to see how poorly handled the PS4 and Xbox One ports were handled. It's like, why couldn't you be open about that?
Oh, what's happening here?
Oh, this one.
Oh,
this.
Oh.
I was posting some of the comment, the discussion I had in the YouTube
That
video.
guy of the punk movement. Oh. I don't think that makes it any better considering merely pretending is entirely subjective in this case.
Oh,
Can easily argue that
give me a sec. I'm gonna be sharing this what's this? This is thread with like the chat. So let's save it as.
Oh, did you call him out on the trans part? Because.
Oh yeah, there's another thing, but he didn't respond to that.
Oh, you did.
File, save as. All right.
Oh, Jack has a good your logic doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's why I left that comment in there because it's really good.
Funny.
And he still has not responded to this comment. All
right, then let's just let's fix this back.
Hello.
Oh, hey boys, we're back. We're discussing just briefly about this comment thread that Kuzerno is in, because it's just in the voice chat. You'll be able to see it.
Oh yeah.
This is so weird.
So you liked him before? Is that right?
What was that?
You liked him before. I don't think the first time, in my opinion, on the channel changed so fast.
Yeah, it was like for me. I thought like he's not even some stretches and some is million, but ultimately they were nicely researched.
There's no research here. It's pure theory crafting.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I can't even say it's theory crafting because it's like pulling it out of his ass. like at least in theory crafting,
what does calling the calling trans people freaks of nature have to do with the message of The Last of Us 2? I don't get it.
Oh, the moral outrage, man.
Or how Gamergate contributed to Trump's president. This has nothing to do with this quality of story of The Last of Us 2. Why? Why are you even bringing this up?
No, and you think he was saying that TLOU2 calls trans people freaks of nature? Because I thought he was saying that Cyberpunk did. And and he's just, I don't know. yeah, a lot of people in that comment thread are like,
Disagree that Cyberpunk has a message, but when the several of the ending presents the player with living eternally as a digital construct or dying in 6 months in your own body, I don't know what to tell you. Actually, yeah, that's kind of a key detail. Like, I think in most of my endings, what's this? I usually choose like just V maintaining his body because it's like, fuck it.
yeah,
At least
yeah,
it's his
What
body.
God gave me.
I mean, not just what God give you, but it was like it was his body. And anyway, he lives a life, and he was usually living a life anyway where he could just die at any given moment. So you might as well just take like the 6 months to live. And if anything, if you, because Snake also brought this up, because if you ever play like the Nomad ending, or even like the ending where you side with Rogue, if you took like the Nomad ending where you're going to Arizona with Panam, if you look at like there's actually lore in like the Cyberpunk Red, and even though it takes place in 2045, there's actually lore in Cyberpunk Red how in Arizona they've been trying to implement or trying to work on technology that involves cloning. And
oh wow.
Even in like there's like this place in there's like a place in space where it's like, even like in space, a place in space where Netwatch and what's this, and Alt Cunningham at a time have allied together to form this place known as the Digital Palace, as a solace, as a place of solace for like for AI. And basically the whole idea with like the technology is that you use that to make constructs for new bodies, and then use that as like a way where you can, when you make new bodies, that's where you can store them. And apparently it goes back to that, the Digital Palace. So if anything, most of these endings that V ends up getting, especially if you like choose for V to live, because he will end up having a happy ending. Because if you actually look at like the endings, even if V only has 6 months to live, he does try to keep on fighting on how to save his life. Especially if you're like looking into like the Nomad ending. The Nomad ending is the most blatant.
Yeah, and Panam is like, we're gonna fight this. We're gonna figure it out. It's really sweet.
Yeah, the best girl in the game is a lesbian. I hate it. I hate it.
I mean, most people would argue that Panam is the best girl. Seriously.
No, but no, I like the lesbian more. I'm sorry, I just find her cuter.
Well,
Well,
I mean,
just cute.
most
I
of
just like
most
her.
of us, yeah, most of us.
Yeah,
tend
but I
to
think
prefer Panam. It's like she does so.
Yeah. So I see it on 4chan too. Like, if people are there, they're gonna sim for Panam.
Like she does. She's
But
really so good.
I do like that, how Judy eventually warms up to the. I thought that's a nice realistic take on a character who's very emotionally distant.
There you go. I've ever seen my. This is really. Anyway, now that we're all here, let's actually go back to finishing this video. Especially since we are only 12 minutes left. We can do this.
Post on the progressive heritage of Cyberpunk to deliver rote anti-corporate slogans and speeches. For right-wingers, there's a lot more. They get not only the kinds of dark, old-school storytelling that Gamergate and its sister movement, Comicsgate, prefer, but also implications that progressives and trans people are part of the corporate machine.
Everything's part of the corporate machine in Cyberpunk.
Also, I like how he doesn't.
No one's exempt.
I also like how he
It would be
doesn't
weird if
think
you
that.
were exempt and excluding them.
Also, I also think like how he doesn't think that that progressive leanings are already being used in marketing, despite the fact that people sell that Oreos at the time. that you see like on social media platforms like Bethesda, in their other accounts, except for the ones in the Middle East, they have like their icons set as like rainbows.
Yeah, it's a fucking LGBT pride flag.
It's like that's such a lack of self-awareness.
Staggering lack of self-awareness. I can't. There's a lot. There's a huge lack of self-awareness.
In this game down to power. Even if trans acceptance and the like is morally right, the game seems to suggest it's just another tool for the system to use.
Yes!
Most of this, though, is kept very much in the margins. I'd say most of the game's political subtext is actually just more dog whistles. They never come out and say a position too often either way.
Wait.
Has this fucker not seen the ads for something? It's being used against you right now.
Hold on, what is this? What is this chart that he's trying to present? Why does a wall separate South California from its northern siblings? And USA officials will tell you it's about ensuring freedom and safety. After all, the first thing that comes to people's mind when they hear North California are shifty nomad families, illegal immigrants, and violent criminals of every stripe. They'll say the wall is necessary for customs officers to prevent smuggling, and we're not just talking drugs. Markets on the rise for trafficking include illegal cyberware assembled in old hangars, biotech equipment, and precious items from orbital stations and lunar colonies. And I understand that. I can even understand that when you cross the border, you willingly waive your right to privacy from having your face scanned and registered to your car being tracked by heavily armed drones that transmit your real-time coordinates to a rapid response defense system in orbit. All on the off chance you're in fact a terrorist. For the split second that you go through the security gates, Militech, for whoever won the bid to secure the wall, won't allow you to forget that you're in a potential war zone, and that's exactly what the wall is, a reminder. A reminder of how fragile peace and the independence of our city is, as a night citizen, and I see the wall relatively frequently. Thanks to the concrete monstrosity, there's really no other way to describe it, I always bear the cost of peace in mind. Is that good? Bad? You decide for yourselves. This seems pretty open-ended. Like,
yeah,
it has like, it brings up the trade-offs, and it's like, you should really consider it. So I don't see how this is offensive or right-winged. Like, is anything with nuance just right-winged by default?
I fear so. They don't want to think. They don't want.
But they certainly hint towards this or that to manipulate the audience into seeing what we want to see, what we already believe.
You can choose to view this person. This person is just an NPC. Yeah. You don't even need to stare at them to progress the game. I don't understand
what the point. However you want.
You believe. Take the Naughty Dog reference. Is it really saying anything? I don't think so, but the image itself...
Wait, what? What does this have to do with Naughty Dog? I don't...
No, he's still on the comparison, right? He's still comparing what Naughty Dog did and what The Last of Us 2 did and what Cyberpunk did. And how come Cyberpunk is not as shat on as The Last of Us 2? I think that's what he's going for. He's maintaining that thought.
Huh.
Represents the kind that The Last of Us 2 was trying to move beyond, and for the Gamergate crowd, I guess that's enough. As to the more substantive political commentary that we see in the game, it runs into a real problem by trying to include both sides in this shallow way. The reactionary side conflicts with Cyberpunk's roots. If a progressive future where trans folks can modify their bodies and all sexualities are normalized only leads to a future where evil corporations control us completely from the inside out until we all become our own manticores, then why fight for social change at all? How can you be both?
Wow,
isn't that really a crutch of the game?
It's so bad. It's like the game. That's the whole point. The future is very dark.
Also,
congratulations, you've brought up the theme of the game.
You did it. You did it, bud.
Be both a world cynic who doesn't believe in anything and a punk revolutionary. As a result, the game mostly talks loud without saying a thing.
How do you just talk loud without saying anything when you just explained one of the themes of the game? So it obviously was loud enough for you to understand it.
I don't think he even realizes that happened. Maybe he doesn't know.
Evidently, no.
It's so weird.
It could be saying this, but it doesn't. We're sat here just thinking it literally does.
So weird.
Ever get the feeling you've been cheated? Good night.
Weird cutaway.
The Last of Us 2 was a technical tour de force. Leaving the story entirely out, it can't be argued the game was anything short of an excellent work of well-crafted game design.
Stop. Did you hear that? Did you hear what he said? Ignoring the story, it's a good game.
I just like the fact that he talks about he talks about the themes that in Cyberpunk that are apparently not there, despite the fact he explained point by point, and that the game is bad, and then you cut away to The Last of Us 2, and he says the game's great. Last of Us 2 is, by comparison, better in every way.
That's funny. That's.
I also like how compared to like The Last of Us 2, he's actually using gameplay footage, unlike Cyberpunk where he's just using cutscenes.
Because he can't talk. It's because he's not going to talk about the story, despite the fact that Last of Us 2 is 90% just the story.
I'd say it's 98%.
Combat tense and gripping. The graphics are unbelievable, and the action set.
Cyberpunk also has good graphics.
Cyberpunk also has good graphics in the game. How can you talk about the narrative?
No, he's talking. In Cyberpunk, he talked about the narrative and how it's bad. In the case of The Last of Us 2, everything but the narrative, the gameplay is great.
Everything is fucking great. Most of this guy.
Disingenuous. Yeah, cojones on this guy.
But now he's talking about things far removed from the actual narrative.
Actually, yeah, that's
game.
Also that's another problem with the gameplay. The gameplay doesn't follow the logic of like the story. The story is making you feel bad about killing all these people, but you have to kill all these people in order to progress.
You feel bad about killing these people. Look at you killed them. Feel bad. It's like game you.
At least with Cyberpunk, you have with Cyberpunk you have the option. I brought it up hours ago in the stream because like took us for fucking ever to get through most of this video, but you have the option to take down enemies non-lethally or even just outright kill them. Although currently it's actually OP to take them down non-lethally and then take them down lethally because of like how XP works for whatever reason. Like if anything, I would have been fine if like, I'm sorry if I'm getting sidetracked, but I just need to say this. I would have been fine if like, if you stuck to like taking them down non-lethally, you can't, and you kill them, you don't gain any additional XP after killing them.
No.
Like that's a balancing. That's a balancing aspect. I am willing to accept. It's just so dumb. But also, yeah, just praising The Last of Us 2 so blindly is just so dumb.
Pieces are truly top-notch. But according to mainstream opinion online, The Last of Us 2 is one of the worst games of the modern era.
Because of
according to the Gamergate crowd, which, by the way, deny that they even exist, The Last of Us 2 was written not...
Yeah, no, it was like, they deny they exist. No, because they don't. Like, I mean, what you can do, you're not just going to use your fucking game man like just like address racism.
I also hate that, valid, like what you said, he's just ignoring any other criticism on the sake of like, oh, it's just a Gamergate piece of shit. I don't have to listen to him.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like well, it's literally the guy like who riding the bike and he falls down. The fucking Jews did this.
Not to fulfill the legacy of the first game faithfully or express Neil Druckmann's personal vision, but to shoehorn in LGBT characters, kill all the straight men, and push a political ideology.
Oh, this is such a straw man.
Yeah.
That ideology be trans acceptance and anti-violence. Even if not
It's
everyone
not
who
anti-violence, though.
It's not. It's not.
The game actively forces you to partake in violence,
To be violent.
you can then guilt trips you afterwards because it doesn't explore a different option because
If anything,
it doesn't present them as if they exist.
If anything, The Last of Us 2 has a guilt tripping fetish.
Yes.
And
There is no
It's
methodology
blatant.
to get around fight scenes in a non-lethal way. I don't know if there is a non-takedown. Is there?
I don't think there is, or at least I haven't seen it.
Even if there is, quite a lot of the time the narrative will force you to just do the lethal thing anyway.
Hates The Last of Us 2, hates it for the same reactionary reasons. The anti-Last of Us 2 bandwagon, arguably, was built and driven by the right-wing contingent within so-called gamers. Druckmann started getting anti-Semitic death threats,
I could say
as
that,
well as
that
Abby's voice
Cyberpunk
actor
hate
Laura
bandwagon
Bailey.
was driven by
Many
the
gamers
leftist
were
journals.
offended at how little the female character designs in the game catered to the traditional gaze of the straight male gamer, and how few straight male characters were in the game. Even if it's possible to
That's not a
dislike or
problem.
even
The
hate
problem
this
is that
game
the
without it
characters-
having anything to do with politics, it's impossible to shrug off the role that politically charged invective had on influencing public opinion.
Oh, they're a
It could
piece
have.
of shit.
It could have just been that the story is just shit.
Yeah.
I think we could go as far as to say, if Joel was gay and we liked him for the exact same reasons we like his character now, just gay or not gay, we'd still be pissed off that he was killed the way he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, if Joel was the exact same character and then just at one point in the last game he was like, you know what, I really like Dick. Like, oh, okay, he's gay. Doesn't change how I feel about him, I guess. And then they kill him the exact same way. You're like, you know what? Fuck you.
No, it was
That
like
was not cool.
yeah, like it was funny because like there was actually a game where that sort of happened to me in a way where I don't know if you guys have played Nier, first Nier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so I like he was like my favorite character in that. And then one time I read an interview and the interviewer was like, so, and one of the interviewer asked Yoko Taro, so was he was Emil meant to become more feminine after he absorbed his sister? His sister's like, oh no, Emil's gay. And I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, why didn't I see that? And then I was like, he's still my favorite character.
But yeah, saying exact same character, motivations, the exact attitude, which is things just gay or not gay, and then the exact scene plays out exactly as it was before, and you know he's killed the exact same way. Everything works out exactly as it already does. We'd still be upset that he was killed the way he was because he would have still been character assassinated.
Also, here's a good example, especially since we're talking about Cyberpunk 2077. Kerry Eurodyne has a great arc in Cyberpunk 2077. He's gay. Like I didn't bother romancing him because I didn't really care about him as a romance character. Kerry Eurodyne was one of like the guitarists for the Samurai. He was with Johnny Silverhand, and then he left the band. He went solo. He became successful, but story in the quest line that you have for Kerry Eurodyne, after getting like the band together to perform for 1 gig at least, it's really great, and it's really nice to see how like how Kerry as a character progresses in the game, and he's gay. So
I guess Future didn't play that far ahead.
Guess not.
Yeah, and so like even the editing, you can see his bias.
Also,
he doesn't talk over the scenes of The Last of Us 2.
Also,
yeah, he goes
talking about
he treats it with respect when you could really just break down scenes.
talking about what's this? Talking about like Cyberpunk 2077, and because for my in my 2 playthroughs, I only played as like a male V. I'm quite disappointed that there's no male romance option for like River Ward, because River is such a bro, dude. Like he's
really fucking cool.
Right?
Yeah, I was I thought it was actually pretty it was pretty cool that they actually did make it so that you couldn't romance everybody as one gender, because it's like hey, these characters have a preference too.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it sucks, but it's like, sure, that's cool, but although, yeah, I really would have liked it if it's like,
Yeah,
there
yeah,
was a romance option.
Yeah, I bet someone's gonna mod that, and then we can like see if it works or not.
That would actually be funny, because apparently, from what people have been talking about, it's like if you do end up romancing River, it's just, Johnny is gonna be like, oh, dude, I can't believe you made me fuck a cop. It's like, it's funny.
Man, logistics are fucked in the year 2077.
The point of killing off Joel has been completely eclipsed by gamer outrage that this happens at all. The complex, heart-wrenching.
That is the concern.
You could have done it better than it was.
It's the main problem, bro.
Yeah, the whole story of The Last of Us 2 falls apart because of Joel's death. It's the one thing that triggers everything in the game. It's like, oh.
I mean, the writing's weak outside of that, but yeah, that is the big one.
Psychological of the game's story and how it dovetails with its gameplay has all been dumbed down online to become rewritten as just a simple message that revenge is bad. The Oedipal castration, if you will, of Joel's abrupt and cold-blooded...
Yeah, I mean, so tell me what was the nuance?
You described it as revenge was bad earlier.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much...
The Last of Us talks about how revenge isn't good, is how he worded it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much more nuance you can get out of, like, revenge isn't good. If anything, revenge is complicated. Because,
yeah,
if anything, without revenge, Ellie wouldn't have basically saved Abby's life. Isn't it funny how Ellie's drive for revenge worked out in Abby's favor?
So well for Abby, yeah.
Thank God for revenge.
It's almost like sometimes revenge is good. Like there's maybe some more nuance to be had in the discussion of revenge. Who knows?
Like, yeah, well, killing is bad, and like, but all those what are they called, the rattlers? Like, but guys, what if they had families?
Butchering the capital G gamer's mind rejects, too used to, as it is, to unlimited fantasies of power. Instead, killing off Joel has to be a mistake.
I mean, the way they killed off Joel is basically a mistake. And the writing kind of shows why it's a mistake.
Instead of hearing The Last of Us 2 out, which proceeds entirely from the wake of his death, masses of gamers just detached from the experience, dismissing this act of genuine narrative craftsmanship as terrible writing. It's meant to fuel the player's progress through the game with hatred and
Then why did that one
resentment.
Korean guy just break the game?
Hatred that was supposed to be aimed at Joel's killers. But to hordes of players, the people in that room didn't kill Joel. Neil Druckmann, social justice warriors, and feminism.
Neil Druckmann did. He made the narrative decision to kill Joel. Shut up.
You know,
I don't know about
I just
justice shit.
I just looked back through.
I mean, who are you going to play?
Obviously, he said the game was had been uncharitably whittled down to just revenge is bad. But like 7 minutes ago, he said that the game was all about trans acceptance and anti-violence.
So revenge.
That sounds like
so he
revenge
said.
So revenge is bad.
Yeah, that's basically what he said. Revenge is bad. So I don't know what more else you want us to say. Like the
Say it.
yeah, like the
Say it. Revenge is bad. Say it.
He did say it.
but in like the most fancy, the fanciest and pretentious way possible. So it's like, ugh.
Pretentious, isn't it? Very
Isn't
pretentious,
it?
I might say.
I've never seen a game so otherwise technically well made as The Last of Us 2 receive so much hatred, closed-mindedness, and mockery. Yet that's where we find ourselves in 2020. A
He
game
knows
getting
the story problems, though. He knows it. He even acknowledges that there are story problems in the description of the game. Come on.
Why is it that it's fine for the game that's primarily focused on the story to have problems in its story? Why? Oh god.
view bombed and death threats being sent to its actors and
Oh
developers.
yeah. No shit. Death threats are bad. No shit.
Also,
but
funny,
to say that, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Here's a disingenuous thing about the death threats. The death threats were actually received from by fans of the game.
Oh
wow,
that's game changing, and it completely changes the context. So it's like he paints it off in a way that people who hated the game sent out death threats when actually it was the opposite.
The other way around. Yeah, that's just funnier.
Simply because people could handle how well it achieved what it set out to do.
It did. Well, it made people
Despite
mad.
secretly
Good
killing
job.
off Joel, it must be said that everything we see
So
in The Last
brave.
of Us 2's 2018 gameplay reveal trailer is actually in the game.
Oh yeah, I told you he'll say it.
And
Like,
not only in the game, as just a single scene. What the trailer shows is completely indicative of the final release. The enemy AI and the tense cat and mouse gameplay that you see in this trailer is throughout
that
The
good.
Last of Us 2. Exactly
Enemy AI
as
is
we
not
see
that
it
good,
in this
bro.
trailer.
I honestly want to send this guy the link to like Muller's gameplay stream or like clips of like the stream because it's like, god, the game looked so goofy. It must have been the wind. I will never get that clip is always forever ingrained in my mind. Must have been the wind.
Okay. Link it if you find it. I haven't seen all the stream.
Oh. Also, I like how in the gameplay, speaking of like The Last of Us 2, I like how somehow you can use broken bottles as muzzlers, as silencers. It's like that's not it's like it's like you
Good in real life, right?
I can't.
Would it work? I mean, I don't think I've ever
I don't
like.
know.
I don't think that's how it goes.
I'm guessing no.
I doubt it.
Just a guess. I just guessed that it's probably not gonna work. Just a hunch.
Meanwhile, though the basic story beats that we see in Cyberpunk 2077's gameplay trailer reappear at the start of the actual game, very, very little features that we saw reappears with them. It is not an honest or accurate depiction of the actual game.
Will
A
he
game
break it
which in
down?
all likelihood never existed
Change.
in the state we're seeing it here in playable form. Making deceptive marketing and pre-rendered trailers is not.
Oh my god. He's really just sticking to like the deceptive marketing thing when The Last of Us 2 did so much worse in terms of deceptive marketing.
Yeah, you're going to play as Joel. Just or Joel is at least going to be the one.
Jeez.
And then we'll say subversion.
Yeah, that's his only defense for it. Subversion. Subversion, like Metal Gear Solid 2. Like, fuck.
But it's not, though.
Yeah, it's not
Is
even
nothing
close.
new in the game.
Like, unlike, what's this? Like, Joel gets killed off early in the game. Snake still lives. And yeah, as you guys brought up, he fights alongside Fuck, what was his name again?
Raiden.
Industry, but I cannot think of a single instance that a developer took it this far. CD Projekt Red made a 48-minute pre-rendered movie disguised as real footage.
Oh, look who's talking!
Look back at the gameplay footage for The Last of Us Part 2 and try to convince me that it plays out anywhere near like it does. That's that bit where Ellie's fighting the people in the shop.
His organs fall apart so quickly because
against the guy with the big axe who's throwing her around, and it's all dynamic.
The Last of Us 2 literally does the same thing. If anything, even worse.
It's still a movie because you have no input watching something, no active way of like changing the outcome. You're still watching someone else playing the game, but it's probably not even gameplay. It's a gameplay, but it's not. It's the exact same thing that you're set on. And even if it was,
like
the person playing the game has a set amount of things he needs to do. He needs to get to this room at this time period because they're on the clock. They've only got a certain amount of time to show as much gameplay as possible. So they're like, okay, you have to switch to this weapon here to kill this guy. You have to let this guy hit you so we can show how the healing system works.
Also, as much cut content that Cyberpunk 2077 had, at least it so showed the main beats, like say being able to hack into the implants of your enemies, or especially like early on in the scavenger where you can let Jackie distract the main gunner until Jackie tackles him down, and you even have the choice of taking out the guy earlier. Like that's exactly what I did in my second playthrough as V. Where I just gunned down the guy early enough before Jackie was able to tackle him. So I'd say Cyberpunk has a lot more interactive things going on than The Last of Us 2.
And the deception in there? No, not at all. They told investors and consumers that the game was complete and playable as of January 2020. But
if anything, the context was that it was completely playable on PC, but the old consoles were the main reasons as to why they were delayed. And it's very obvious as to why, considering the botched launch of the console ports.
Yeah.
Like to say it like this without like presenting without the fact that unlike here's the thing, right? The Last of Us 2 is a PS4 exclusive. You're not seeing it on PC, you're not seeing it on the Xbox, you're not seeing it on the Nintendo Switch, you're not seeing it on like the Ouija, or you're not seeing it on like fucking Google Stadia.
Now the Wii would play it. Here's what you're talking about.
Yeah, it only needs to work on the PS4.
Yeah, Cyberpunk on the other hand, it's multi-plat. It's a good thing. Also, it's a good thing that they didn't even try to like release the game on the Switch, because that would be a nightmare in all of its own.
Right. All right, I gotta go to bed. I'll leave the last 5 minutes for you guys.
All right.
I'm happy to do this with you guys.
Also, a quick reminder. Actually, let me check real quick on Steam, because if I remember right, I need to check quickly. Is Cyberpunk also available on Linux and Mac?
I believe it is. Yeah.
Because if this is the case, then they also had to take into consideration they'd also have to make it design the game in a way that it's compatible with Mac and Linux. Because I'm going back to Them's Fighting Herds, because first off, I love the game. But also as an indie studio,
you are.
Oh, what?
No, Kizurno had to leave because he had to go to sleep. Anyway,
Okay.
I have to bring this up. When like Them's Fighting Herds was promoted in like when they promoted their game in their backer campaign for Indiegogo, one of their backer goals was if we get this amount of money, we're going to release the game on Linux and Mac, Now, one of the reasons why, because the game is only currently playable on Windows. Why? Because then you also have, there are additional software that you have to take into consideration in order for your game to be playable on Linux and Mac. So, yeah, to say that, to neglect the fact that the game is playable on Windows, Linux, Mac, PS5, PS4, Xbox One, Xbox One X, to completely ignore that fact is just outright ignorant. Like, sure, like, yeah, we have to put CD Projekt Red on the fact, we have to hold CD Projekt Red up to the fact that what they released was not up to par. But there's a huge but to this. To say that it was, to compare it to like The Last of Us 2, especially since The Last of Us 2 only released on PS4, is just outright dishonest and disingenuous. Especially with like how he presented, like how The Last of Us 2 is so much better.
Yeah, he's not really hid his bias very well.
Oh, Weekend Warrior had to step out real quick because his dad, he needs to help out his dad real quick. So, I guess
That's
we can,
cool.
Yeah, we can wait for a bit. So,
Yeah.
Voice, how are you? Any new content so far? I know you've been very active in like this podcast.
Yeah. I need to get back into. I took a big break, just doing nothing in another lockdown over the holidays. But I should get back into actually doing what made us on the next video, and it's taking a very, very long time. And in between, I'm just trying to interact with as many people as possible. Smudcast included. I was on LitDev's podcast for quite a bit. I need to get back into that because I am surely missed. Yeah, no, I haven't had many games to play. I've just had no excuse to work other than lazy.
Yeah, I mean, on my end, I also have to deal with work, so I mean, it's like it's not like my channel is paying bills right now.
You need money to, survive.
Yeah.
Which requires work. I get that. I'm working today. Woo. Later on, obviously.
Yeah. Although, yeah, this whole talk about Cyberpunk 2077, because it really does make, honestly, it really does make me want to make like a video, because it's like, there's something in this game. Everything else needs to be polished up, but the writing shows promise, and it's like, the game really does have potential, if anything, I'd say.
Oh, absolutely.
It just needs more stuff to. It just needs more content, more distinguishable enemies, and the game will be really great.
It needs improve. It certainly needs improvement. It's not finished, and I understand they were under pressure to do it. I suppose in a certain way because people were starting to get impatient. Yeah.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Anyway,
so what's happening now?
Just talking much about what content we want to try to do or aim for. But
okay.
Just a
now
lot
that you're back, I think it's
talking about how Cyberpunk is like they still have a lot of work to do, but they kind of
definitely
had to release the game because people were getting impatient about it.
But yeah, this game has potential.
And I think if anyone can bring this back, it's CD Projekt Red.
And it's like, it's interesting. Like, there's a lot to be said about like how the game handles the world, and then the gameplay, and then also just bringing up things that maybe there's more that can be worked on. It's like there really are things that there really are significant things in like the game that can be worked on, improved on.
But just needed more for perfecting and polishing. When the game actually came out, it was one of the most bug-riddled, glitchy messes of our time. In an investor call in late November, mere weeks prior to launch, though, CD Projekt Red joint CEO Adam Kaczynski told the world that the game's performance on base PS4 and Xbox Ones was, quote, surprisingly good, I'd say, for such a huge world. Before it debuted on December 10th, Cyberpunk 2077, which had heavily marketed itself as an edgy, dark game full of nudity and murder and all the things that Gamergate wanted to protect, already had...
Oh, that was his point. Oh, that's what he was going for.
Yeah, Gamergate. I don't even understand what's connected to Gamergate.
Had money in the
No,
bank.
it's the edgy
8
shit.
million
Gamergate
pre-orders.
loves that.
It seems CD Projekt Red did not anticipate the possibility that once dissatisfied players tried to get refunds for their Gamergate brand snake oil in video game form, that more ethical companies like Sony would actually honor them.
Ethical companies like
Ethical
Sony.
Sony.
You can't.
That's funny.
You can't call any company ethical, especially with like fucking PSN. Fucking PSN is just an outright scam. How is that in any sense ethical? Fuck.
He's funny. He's a funny
The
guy.
game has busted
a
AI,
funny guy.
repetitious side quests, boring combat over long term, and a short main storyline. While the gunplay can be satisfying, the biggest features that CD Projekt Red advertised, namely the open world and RPG elements, never materialized.
That's not true.
It does
That's
materialize.
not true.
I'd say it's lacking in a lot of aspects, but to say it's not manifested is just it's quite the stretch.
He's just lying at this point.
The manipulative behavior of CD Projekt Red was so bad, they are facing 4 different possible class action lawsuits from investors who allege the company, by such extensive deceit, artificially inflated their own share prices and caused investors criminal damages as a result, when the true state and nature...
Wait, did those cases actually get resolved? I don't understand.
I don't know. Probably not yet, because if it is filed, it'll take a while.
Yeah, that's the thing,
before
isn't
it's
it?
actually going to court. It's gonna take a while.
You can't just like, I can understand, like, say in the case of Nintendo, it's like they were like, even though they came off as like clean, it was still unethical for them to just like release their Joy-Cons like having drift.
Nature of the SAR game came to light. The Last of Us 2 put scenes with Joel in trailers that would not be in the final game to keep his early
there we
death a
go.
secret and heighten its impact once it came.
No, it just made people mad, bro.
No, that's deceit. If example A is deceit, then this is example B of deceit.
It's just, this is so dishonest about how
Hey, you know
Last
what?
of Us
You
2
know what?
marketed.
You know what? CD Projekt Red showed gameplay trailers showing their game not buggy to keep us on our seat when we bought the game and the bugs actually came out.
So that would be shocked and heightened. It would
Yeah.
heighten our shock, yeah.
Exactly.
It's so silly.
Cyberpunk put phantom content in trailers to build hype and secure pre-orders for a game that had never and would never exist, continuing to lie even mere weeks ahead of the real game's release. So even if both technically lied and tried to deceive, there's...
They both technically lied.
Are you kidding me? You're really trying to just underplay how The Last of Us 2 just did their false marketing. Fuck yourself.
no question
You
which of the
realize the
two did so
gameplay in
with good
trailer for The
intentions
Last
and
2
respect.
doesn't actually-
Wait, also,
hold on,
that's
hold on.
Yeah, ahead.
I want to point out, this slow motion thingy, sure, you don't have access to it early in the game, but this is actually possible. You can actually slow down time like the Matrix and shit. It is very possible.
Like, aside from like late game tech, this is a fairly accurate representation of what you could do when you rescue the girl in the tub. You could just go in guns blazing, or you could do stealth shit, and Jackie will do his thing.
Yeah.
Like the UI might be different, but I think it's a fairly accurate representation of the tutorial level, right? I think
Yeah.
that's fair to say.
At the end of the day, the TLOU2 is 10 times the game Cyberpunk 2077 represents.
Yeah, I agree. 10 times shittier.
Yeah. 10 times pretentious, 10 times linear.
Yeah, 10 times pretentious. Yeah, 10 times more linear. 10 times 10x.
Because the gameplay that he's showing right now in area.
Sorry, you're getting robot-y.
Sorry, am I okay?
Yeah. Can you repeat that?
The gameplay he's showing right now of The Last of Us, where the big fight in the drugstore.
Yeah.
None of that happened. None of that happens in the game as shown here. The enemies aren't placed where they are. They don't respond the way they do. There's no big fight in the that forces you into the drugstore. You can go in there, but it's nowhere near as climactic as it was.
No, see, that's okay because that heightens the tension for the encounter.
Apparently,
when you were walking into it, you were expecting it, but it doesn't happen. So
there, yeah, there you go.
It's so
Yet, as Naughty Dog remains the bad guy and laughingstock of the gaming world, after their heartfelt apology letter that opens with "Dear Gamers," CD Projekt Red is already working on turning their broken, repetitive, and underwhelming game into an online live service.
Oh, sorry. Somebody wanted to point out quick that Weekend, you're kind of roboting a lot. Although...
Oh?
Yeah.
Oh, I think... Do I disconnect first?
Maybe just quickly and then just come back. There you go. Alright. How is it now?
Hello.
Okay. Actually, that actually improved. Yeah, that actually improved a lot.
Money-making machine, just like its rival, GTA Online. Somehow...
I hate this comparison.
Yeah.
It's only on the most surface level shit. Jesus fuck.
Perhaps due to how the game, as I mentioned, is full of nudity, dark edginess, and coy dog whistles, including this, an apparent nod to Naughty Dog.
I don't see how this is a nod to Naughty Dog.
Yeah, body, because it's like, you know, lewd.
The body, yeah, the body of beer.
Yeah, but I don't think of Naughty Dog when I see that. I didn't think of Naughty Dog when I saw that.
This is just reaching at this point, honestly.
Uber reaching.
Cyberpunk 2077 is as hysterically defended today as The Last of Us 2 is condemned. That is what happens when a subset of players put political closed-minded...
Is Cyberpunk even really defended to that extreme?
No,
because I think it's mocked even.
Yeah, it's very... It's in. It's in to make fun of Cyberpunk, regardless of the validity of your arguments.
Of your argument.
It's what the cool kids do.
And I'd have far more truck listening to this video if you didn't keep calling it, you know, repetitive, mundane, boring, and broken, and then calling The Last of Us 2 perfect, exactly how to do a game with great gameplay, tight story, and people just get it wrong.
Mindedness of the health of the medium. As Cyberpunk 20...
This is so ironic considering how he connects Cyberpunk to Gamergate, how he portrays it as misleading, while on the other hand he just portrays The Last of Us 2 as just perfect. Even though it technically lied. Dude.
It has problems.
Like calling people close-minded is just such projection.
Yeah.
Cyberpunk 2077 tells us itself in its would-be world-weary wisdom. Sometimes people just get what they deserve.
I don't know, man. Cyberpunk's still top on the charts for some reason. when you look at... I'm actually shocked when I look in Steam. Like, Cyberpunk's still at the top.
Actually, really? Let me see.
Yeah.
I looked at the Steam...
Like, at least in the Philippines. Like, top sellers.
Let me see.
Last week during the sale. Yeah, it's still here.
Cyberpunk 2077.
Top sellers. It's already on my list. Yeah.
If anything, it's currently mostly positive on Steam. All reviews and like 79%.
Yeah. Maybe It's different in some other platform, obviously, but in Steam, it's doing well. I'll show you.
Also, I played the game on GOG because it's like, if it's basically the same, the thing I hate about like the Cyberpunk on Steam is it's the same price as like its GOG version. So it's like, I might as well just buy the GOG version if it's basically the same price. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah, well, I bought it in the GOG version
funny.
because it's like, it's disappointing that it's the same price as like the GOG version rather than like regional pricing. So it's like, I might as well just like buy it in GOG. At least I don't have to deal with the DRM. Like whatever. Anyway, let's see what he has to say. Oh, okay, it's just Patreon credits.
I think it's over. Yeah.
Well, that was
a good. Oh.
That was shit.
Yeah.
That was a great video.
Well, jeez, fuck.
Is there going to be a plug for anything like Patreon,
like, for
Squarespace?
It's all just Patreon plugs. Just 4 minutes 39, 4 hours 39 minutes of the stream. I guess thank you so much, Future Sounds, for like your shitty video. Just gave us a lot of content, I guess, for a podcast.
My brain is
very biased presentation.
Very.
Yeah, disingenuous to say the least. Like biased is actually like the most kindest. Generous, the kindest, most generous description you can provide to the video. God, it's just so much reaching.
That's fun.
I still don't understand why the Gamergate thing was there. It's like not even. Also, he never really properly defined how it was right wing. He never gave any proper parameters.
Yeah, he never. Yeah. No, it follows. If it's Gamergate, it's right wing. So Cyberpunk is a right wing game. Easy. That's his logic.
Well, I guess since the video is pretty much over, I can pretty much call the. I don't have super chats. I don't have 1K subscribers to gain any money from super chats. So, for the most part, I can just pretty much leave my video, end my stream, really just call an end to my stream. So, thank you for everyone who watched, for anyone who did stick through to the end if they ever did, and thank you for both Voice in the Radio and Weekend Warrior for joining and watching this video. Watching this awful video.
Thanks for having us.
And yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
I actually should add your guys' channels to the links so that I can get people to like say if they're interested, if they're somehow haven't watched your stuff or they don't know what your channel's about. I might as well just like share the links to in the description. So
please do. I create content for a very niche audience. Check it out.
Let me get
all right.
So
yeah,
I will have to disappear because I'm off to work very shortly. But so I'll shoot off now before you do the goodbyes. So I'm late. But it was a pleasure.
Yeah,
take care,
and
man.
Thanks for joining. Thanks for spending the time to join.
Weekend Warrior, cool dudes.
Yeah,
and thanks very much for having me. I'll talk to you all later.
Yeah, and thanks for joining.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
No problem. You too. Bye then.
And without further ado, thanks for joining again. Thank you for joining, Weekend Warrior. Thank you for finding the time for joining.
Thanks for having me, despite this shitty video.
And without further ado,
what a great adventure.